Well, hello YouTube! As I promised in the last playlist about MySQLi, let's learn JavaScript. Reason why I have this list here in the beautiful notepad is I want to talk about a couple of things. Now, you're probably confused if you're a beginner, you want to get into programming and into web development in general. You're confused with all these terms, with programming languages, with markup approach and so on. So you don't know basically where you are right now. Everyone is talking that you need to know all of these things to be a web developer. Well, first of all, there is a big difference between someone who is paid to do web development and people who are actually learning the stuff, okay? So no one can expect from you that in the first of months, as you are beginning to be more interested in programming, that you will know these things. Look, to even grasp the basics of all these things, you need 3 or 4 months intensive work. When I mean intensive work, that basically means 5-6 hours are by day dedication of your time to those things. So let's just briefly simplify this list and let's just be focused on the most important stuff. To learn JavaScript, you absolutely need to know basic stuff from HTML, okay? There is no purpose in learning any of those things except MySQL server if you don't know HTML. HTML is absolute base of everything. So here's the question. How many of HTML you need to know to get into JavaScript? Well, let's say absolutely minimum stuff, like 10 or 15 tags, you know. So you don't need to be professional in HTML. This is just of beginning of your journey, okay? So some people will say that you need to be extremely good with CSS, or how you will put how you will beautify basically your website with cascading style sheets. So don't think that you must absolutely do that, okay? CSS, you're gonna learn this into that way or another. Don't be pushed by those people who are telling you that you need to know everything before you are landing into JavaScript. No. So let's just delete this CSS thing. Yes, you can learn JavaScript without CSS. So some people will say, well, you need to know some very serious programming language like a PHP or Python to get into MySQL database and to pull some things from it. Well, you're gonna learn that in this way or another, but not now. If you are I don't know, student, you don't have a lot of time, you're just brushing this surface of development, well, you're limited with time. So why do you want to force yourself? Don't buy those stories on internet. You need to get everything in 1 week, okay? Crash courses are nice, boot camps are nice, but you're not, you know, machine that you can just copy paste stuff in your brain for a month or so. So you don't need to know PHP to learn JavaScript. You will learn that thing sooner or later, but you don't need to pressure yourself. So the purpose of PHP is to pull things from MySQL server, okay? But you can do that with any other programming language. So you can do that with Python, for example. So in this list, including CSS, the most important things, if you ask me, is primary HTML and knowing of MySQL server. Why? Because database servers are replications of real life scenarios of businesses into your code. So understanding businesses is something that will allow you to structure your startup and your website into some normal way, okay? You will not be dispersed all over the place when you start knowing a little bit better all those database servers and so on. But you don't need to know these things if you don't have a time. So definitely you don't need to know PHP, and it will help if you know a little bit of databases, because then you will start creating in your head that picture what goes where and so on and so on. So I advise you, if you're limited of time, learn a little bit of HTML, learn a little bit of MySQL server, so you can know with what you will know with what you're working with, and then you will get the overall picture why you need CSS, why you need JavaScript, PHP and so on. But also you don't need to do MySQL server if you don't have a time, okay? Now, this thing is just part of PHP, and this is a way how you will easily talk with MySQL server. So this is not server. See this I, that's for improved extension. This is part of PHP, so you can talk with your server easier. So we are left with primary HTML, and in this playlist we will do in around 40 tutorials basics of JavaScript, so you can just build on that base. Okay, so let's cut with this theory a little bit. Now, the good stuff about JavaScript is it's envisioned by some very smart people. What I'm talking about is this thing is designed by Brendan Eich. Okay, this dude here. Let me go to that page. Now, he received his bachelor degree in mathematics and computer science at Santa Clara University, which is very good university, and 2 degrees in mathematics and computer science. So when the person knows that much about mathematics and computers, engineering, science in general, you can bet that these people will create something beautiful and something useful for rest of us. So he co-founded the Mozilla project, and then Mozilla Foundation and Mozilla Corporation. Really important person on internet today, and he's basically guilty, and many other smart people, because we have all these nice things to work with to create money, our startups, and so on, like frameworks and programming languages and approaches and databases and servers and so on. So this was just theoretical background, but I feel that you need to know these things, because I don't want you to be pushed by other people that you absolutely must get crammed everything in 1 week or in 1 month. So we need to pay the respect to these people, and we need to go from ground zero, level by level, little by little. Okay, so in this tutorial I'm gonna use, in this playlist I'm gonna use Notepad++ as my primary editor, because a lot of beginners use it, so I don't want to complicate your life. Sure, you can go with Visual Studio Code and all these big environments, but you can do this programming in pure Notepad. Yeah, so I will use Notepad++. If you don't like it, you can also switch between these things that I can recommend 100%. I use them all. Edit Plus, it's free for 30 days. I really love it. One of my first editors. Ultra Edit, the absolute beast between working environments, between editors. They have so many additional things like FTP, SSH, Telnet clients integrated, and so on. Absolute stuff, absolutely good stuff. You can use Sublime Tree, simple stuff, it's up to you. Occasionally, when I'm doing YouTube playlists, I use Atom. Well, basically, I use Atom when I'm doing things on YouTube and when other people are watching what I'm doing in offline. But honestly, I'm be 100% honest, when I'm on my own, in my own chair, when no one sees what I'm doing, I'm using Farm Manager. Now, the reason is because Farm Manager is an old-fashioned way of doing things, 100% totally focused on what you are doing. Well, at least that's how I think about programming. You have 2 tabs basically. See these options here, many options, up here, many options. When I press Control, another options. When I press Alt, another options, and I can easily switch between view and edit mode. Like when I press F3, I can watch, I can learn. When I press F4, I can edit and do my stuff and so on. But this is my personal preference, okay? So some people will say it's old-fashioned. Yeah, it is, but I'm that kind of person. I like this old stuff, So that's about editors. Now, it is true that you can learn JavaScript by just creating HTML file here, standalone file, and you can open it in your browser. Sure, the thing will completely work. But I want you guys to have that feeling that you are creating something really serious, something really money-making, something that will be important in future. So I will advise you to turn your laptop, desktop, or whatever into server, to work with serious stuff. So in this tutorial, I'm gonna use Easy PHP Dev Server to do my JavaScript tutorials. And yeah, because we are now into 10 minutes of tutorial, in the next tutorial we're gonna create our first JavaScript and HTML file using this thing that we are going to install. But now 10 minutes, that's too much. Thanks for watching, and see you into server installation and our first JavaScript script. Yeah, right, genius. So see you there. Right, let's turn our machine into development server. Please note, when you are dealing with serious stuff as programming, security, banking, always download applications from official websites. Do not use FTP servers, don't use torrents and so on, don't use old CDs from PC magazines, because you will probably get some kind of Trojan horse, keylogger or something, so don't do that, okay? Always use SSL connection, secure stuff, you know, to grab those things. So down there, you can choose between dev server and web server on the right side. Don't choose web server. This thing is important if you have already created your website, okay? If you want to open your machine to the rest of the world. But we are developers, we are working like on internet, on our machines, so we are kind of closed right now. We just want to experiment, mess things up, so we need dev server, okay? So you can click here, and then you can wait for a couple of seconds to process of downloading start, or you can click here, the same stuff, okay? So I already have this application, as I said, on my desktop, so that will be a breeze. It's around 60 megabytes, so no issues about downloading. Now you can also use a web server or XAMPP or whatever the name is, if it's your cup of tea. And if you're on Linux, you probably know how to do this up till now, but I'm on Windows because it's easier to to record YouTube videos, so I will just, you know, create stuff here on Windows. So it's totally up to you what kind of 3-in-1 platform you're going to use, because with the WAMP you basically get Apache and PHP and MySQL server, the same thing with the easy PHP. Let me show that. So you get PHP, Apache, MySQL, and a lot of other things, including PHP-MyAdmin, which is needed to mess around with databases and so on. But basically, you don't need to care about these things. We are only interested in JavaScript, okay? So where I was? Yeah, let's run this thing. Important thing to note. Run it as admin, okay? If you run it like normal user, you will run into problems when you try to run this like application when you are done, okay? So this is installation, run as admin, okay? So let's see what's up. Hopefully that something will happen. Oh yeah, so we need to click on yes and select setup language, English. Okay, what will be the location? Yeah, sure. If you have some kind of custom configuration, like you need to install this into other directories, that's fine, but I will just go with the default, nothing special here. Yes, we need to create a desktop icon because it's easier. So install, and let's see what's up. Maybe I will cut this video, it depends how this process will take of time, but hopefully that will not be a long process. So let me see what's up. Just a little bit, just a couple of seconds, and I think we are close to the end. Right, so here's the thing, do not click on finish here. There is a reason why I'm telling that. Look, click here, I mean dcheck launch EHP dev server, click on finish, and now run this thing as an admin. That is very important. Now everything will work fine if you do that as admin. If you do that like a normal user, you'll probably run into startup problems. So run as admin. Windows asked me, do I want to do that? Yes. And now if you look into your right lower corner, lower right, you will see a new icon. So let me just do a print screen because I want to explain everything. Right, so when you click on this icon, go to open dashboard. That means that you will run into control panel of easy dev server, okay? That means, let me show that you can access this IP address. Basically this is localhost, and these 4 things here, 4 numbers, this is a port for your control panel. So now let's press enter, and nothing will happen because I didn't, oh yeah, I clicked on that before. So here's the thing, this is control panel. Leave this database thing alone. We don't need that. We don't need MySQL for now, and we don't need PHP MyAdmin down there. It is enough just to start HTTP server. So let's do that. Start. And in a couple of seconds you will see that everything is fine here. Okay. When you see red thing here, that means that you can cancel your server. So basically right now the server is working. Let's check that. When I type enter here, I will run into this root of my server. So when I click here, I will get PHP information about my system, but I don't care about PHP. We're doing JavaScript here. So what you need to do is go to server root. Let me get out from here. And remember, we have installed that into C, into program files. So let me find that. Yeah, easy PHP dev server. Get into eds www. This is a root of your web server, okay? And see phpinfo.php. That was the file we have accessed. So we're gonna delete this thing and we're gonna create our own index.html page. That's what we need, because there we will put our JavaScript. So let me do that. I will just delete that thing. Hopefully, delete. Right. Now if you refresh this thing, you will get pretty much nothing, because there are no files in our root. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to go to Notepad or whatever other editor you're using, and let's type here plain HTML file. So HTML, we need to open it, we need to close it, and here at the top we need to have head section. We don't care about head section right now. We don't care about keywords, title or description. We're just focused on JavaScript, but we need to type this as a skeleton of our page. Simple stuff, you know this from HTML tutorials. So head and then body down there. So we need to open it, we need to close it. Simple stuff. Let's have a little bit of space here, because this is the place that interested us. So let's save it. File, save as, and index.html. Okay, don't save it as PHP, save it as HTML file. Now when I click on save, see, I will get syntax highlighting, and I can also have this option here that will save us a little bit of time. And now let's check those pages, that page basically. So refresh, and there you go, we are here. Because we don't have anything on this page, you will not see content. So right click, view page source, nothing is there except this plain HTML tags. Okay, so let's populate our page with a stupid example to see that everything is working. And refresh. Oops, where is it? Yeah, here, refresh. There you go, everything works. So this was plain HTML. Let's put a little bit of JavaScript here through editor to be sure that everything is fine with our browser and our server and our editor. So let's do that. You don't need to understand these things right now. We will explain everything. Just follow me, basically do copy pasting, and in the next tutorial we're gonna start explaining everything. So script type of file or script basically will be text, especially that will be JavaScript. And then let's go there and we'll use function from JavaScript that is dedicated for printing things in browser. So press tab here and type document write. So we are writing to our basically page, our document in JavaScript terminology, and we're gonna say hack the planet. That's from Hacker's movie from 1995, I think. Very, very excellent movies. I have watched it like a couple of dozens of times. That was like a jug for me for a couple of years. Well, yeah. I'm not gonna talk about hacking here. That's weird stuff. Yeah, maybe in next tutorials, I don't know. So, yeah, where it was. Let's save this thing and let's refresh it to see that everything is working. Well, why I don't see results? Let me see. Oh yeah, I didn't close my script. Sorry about that. We must open and we must close our JavaScript. So that was extremely dumb, but it can happen. Now we will have results. Refresh, there you go. We are sure right now that everything is working fine. And in the next tutorial, we will start explaining about JavaScript. So you don't need to know these things, you don't need to understand. Don't worry, relax, breathe, and see you in next tutorials. Of course, thank you for watching, for support and subscription. So see you there. Hello YouTube, welcome to tutorial number 3 about JavaScript. Remember from the first tutorial when I said that we can use HTML page with JavaScript directly in browser? So let's test that assumption. See, everything works, but we are accessing that file directly on our system. This is just local path, okay, file system. Now some people will say, what's the better approach? I think it will be better if you use web server, because this is emulation of real life scenarios. So normally no one can access your website right now from internet, but still you have that feeling that you're working on something real, something important, something that will become big. Now when you're experimenting locally, you can easily put this file somewhere, you can lose it, you can delete it, misplace it, and so on. So use this approach only if you are totally sure what you're doing, or if you don't care about your files because you're experimenting or something. But if you're serious, always work with a local web server, okay? This is just how I see things. Right, where I was. Now, next thing. See, in our editor, I'm now not using any kind of doctype declaration. And if you're a beginner, doctype declaration is basically something that you will put at the top of your HTML codes, because web browsers will first check that, and based on that declaration, they will apply specific rendering on the rest of your HTML code. Why? Because maybe you have some kind of special business reasons to do that, because some system work today, even if they are old, but still they work fine. If you have like 10,000 users on bank internet and they demand earlier versions of HTML, you need to respect those things because system is big. This is just assumption, okay? Now down there you have hell of a past versions of HTML. HTML4, XHTML1, 1.1, basic, and so on and so on. Man, our life right now is so easy as programmers, as web developers, because it is just enough to use doctype at the top of your page, and browsers will assume that we are working with HTML5, which is the newest basically version. So let's do that, let's respect that. And the reason why am I saying this at all is, see, I'm using here this bunch of strings, because in earlier versions of HTML, for example, if you're using any of those like XHTML4 strict version, you need to put, let's say, these things, you know, up here, let's say, and down there you need to use these things to tell browser that now what's gonna render is JavaScript. But right now we don't need to do that because we are using HTML5. So up here we will just use doctype dedicated for HTML5. So let me copy paste that. I am a little bit lazy, so yeah. And down there we don't need to use this thing, okay? That was for earlier versions of HTML. So let's just completely remove it and our example will work fine. So let's test that. Refresh, there you go, everything is fine. Let's check doctype, there you go, here we are. So that's one part of the story. Now please note that this list is basically a recommendation, but it is very good list. See, the list is informative and does not try to be exhaustive, because there are many other proper declarations you can use, blah 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 and so on, but it has most of the declarations commonly used on the web at the moment. Okay, in any case, you will be pretty much fine with HTML5 declaration. So, yep, let me go to our source. Every time when you are writing JavaScript source code inside of your HTML, you need to use this opening string and closing string, because how otherwise your browser will assume with what kind of code he is working. Okay, so there must be distinguished between HTML, pure HTML, and something else, and that something else can be JavaScript. Okay, so we must open it and we must close it, and browser will know that we are talking about JavaScript. Okay, it will automatically recognize what we are trying to say. So let's analyze this line. Think about this document here as a place where you are working, as your basically page, as your web browser. So this function will print this thing here in your browser, in your specific page. This thing here is a function dedicated for printing things on a screen in your basically page. There are many other functions that will do specific kind of job. So think about this as dedicated worker in your company. So you will hire someone to mess around with accounting, someone will mess around with IT security, and so on and so on. So a lot of functions for a specific job, like you have a lot of workers in some big companies. Okay, and that is not just about JavaScript, that is about many other programming languages. So this is the place where we will work. This is the separation that tell us that we will just apply some specific function now after dot, and now we are using this function to work on this object here. So why do we need normal brackets, and why do we need these single or double quotes? Well, we must have separation between stating functions and actual object of operation, because functions are rare, but objects, there can be many of them. Functions are like carved in stone, like part of programming languages, part of operational system, but there can be many different objects of our interest. So we must use some delimiters, some starting quotes and ending quotes to say, here function, grab this, do something with that, where inside of your brackets, and brackets are physical separation between action and what you're gonna do. There must be some way to distinguish those things, because imagine this mess. Okay, what if there is no brackets? How your function will know what to do? Now imagine that you are just removing these quotes. What is this line? This is, what the hell does this even means? So yeah, you need to have separation in ways of quotes, and objects will be well, what I just said, separation will be done by brackets, and object will be inside the quotes. Okay, so after any command in most of programming languages, you will have semicolon. Semicolon means, computer, do something on this line, and when you are done, if you are done, and if everything is fine, go to next command, go to next function, to next execution. As I said, that's the case with PHP, with C, C++, and so on. You don't have this, for example, in Python, and I really like Python, but Python offers you some other possibilities that you don't have in the programming languages that use this approach in closing of commands. Okay, so Python is weird, and I mean, it's not weird, I really love it. It's really awesome programming language, but we don't use semicolons in Python. In JavaScript we use them. Please respect that. Separate your commands with a semicolon. Okay, next thing, can we put any kind of HTML directly in JavaScript in combination with custom strings? And strings are just bunch of text. Sure, we can do that. Question, where? Well, there are two options. We can use that here, like H1 and H1, and you guess the result. So we are cramming HTML with a custom text, and the result will be There you go. But there is also another approach. If your page is complicated, then you can use the same function dedicated for printing on screen on individual lines down there. But don't forget to use quotes, okay? Oops. So let's say right here we want to have a couple of vertical breaks, BR and BR, and down there document right, and we're gonna print some custom string like from Hacker Movie, mess with the best, die like the rest, okay, something like that. Don't forget semicolon. And now we will have that separation done with HTML inside of JavaScript. So save and refresh, and there you go, there is a space. Can we use any other thing? Well, sure, you can use HR, no problem. Anything from HTML you can put here. Save, refresh, there you go. And let's, now some people will say, can you do this on one line? Well, sure, but your lines can tend to be messy then. So over time you will learn when you need to separate these things. Because some people will say, oh, it's boring, always type document.write this and that and so on and so on. Over time you will get there how many of these things you need to use. It will be like your aesthetic way, your approach to programming and so on and so on. Now next question, and we are finishing with this tutorial. In the next tutorial we will talk about alerts. What will happen if you remove these semicolons? Will your script work then? Well, let's test that. The script will work. Why? Because Google Chrome and many other browsers, modern ones, they're so smart and they will recognize what you're trying to say here, okay? But don't rely on that, don't rely on a system, rely on your own possibilities. You know, just structure your code normally. So you may in JavaScript forget those semicolons, but boy, in other programming languages you will be seriously punished. Like in C++ programs, they will just say, sorry dude, cannot do this, you know, because compilers and so on. JavaScript will be forgiving, browsers will fix the thing, but in other programming languages, no, you must use semicolon or you will get into errors, warning and so on. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up. 12 minutes of tutorial. See you next one. Thank you for watching and for subscription. We're gonna talk about pop-ups, alerts and so on. Thank you for watching. See you there. Hello YouTube, let's learn how alerts work, how pop-up works basically. Please note that honestly, from my experience, end users hate pop-ups because they will automatically grab their attention 100%. So a lot of marketing companies abuse that thing by, for example, when you are leaving website, when they are detecting your mouse movement, they will just immediately push that thing to you and scream, please log in, please register, please download our PDF with maybe, I don't know, tracking code or something. So please be very cautious when you're using this thing. So how to write it? Well, let's have a dedicated space for that. Script section for alert. You can also have it here. We're gonna do that too, so no worries. We need to open it, we need to close it, and you just need to type alert, okay, nothing else. You don't need to type document.alert here, no. And let's give that alert some food. Let me say, I don't know, like I will jump on page load or something like that. And because JavaScript is that kind of language, don't forget semicolon. So save and refresh, and there you go, your first alert. So here's the situation. What if you have multiple alerts? How to create them? Will you put them in one alert? Like, let me explain. Do you want to put alert in alert? No, that will not work. That is not a good way structuring your alerts. You will have them on individual lines, okay? So, for example, here we will say first line or first pop-up, something like that, and then down there second pop-up, something like that. Yeah, maybe middle line here, who cares, and lowercase here. Anyway, so refresh, there you go, first pop-up, and now second pop-up, and now rest of the page. That means that alerts will always have priority over other stuff on a page if you don't explicitly connect, for example, one submit button with some alert function. Okay, you can do that on individual pieces of HTML, but in general, if you don't specify it, first alert will have functionality, priority on the rest of the stuff. So first alert, second alert, and so on. So actual content will be in background. See, no content here. The page is loading, but browser waits until you say so. Okay, one okay, second okay, and then you get your content. So this can be, ugly and tricky if you have a lot of alerts. Just evade them. Don't abuse your users. So here's the question. Can you have, for example, alerts and content between them? Okay, now we have this up the top of our body, but can we have something inside, between alerts? So let's test that. Save and refresh. Check this out. First pop-up, and now you expect something to happen with our actual content, but no, automatically we have a second pop-up. So this is very, very ugly, I don't like it, but still we have this functionality. So can we have these alerts inside of one script up here, like internal script? Sure, let's just copy paste that here, and the thing will work. And let me delete this piece of code down there. Save and refresh. There you go. Thing works without any kind of problems. So some people will say, well, can I have alerts inside of head section of my website? Well, let's do that. And yeah, we need to open it, we need to close it. Okay, this will be breeze, save, refresh, and there you go. So sure, you can do this. And some people will say, well, that's fine, that's awesome, but can I have it outside of HTML? Well, yes, and your browser will render that thing. Your browser will function, but it is ugly. It's almost unethical to do HTML. So let's grab this thing and let's copy paste it outside of total HTML, and the thing will also work. There you go. Okay, but it's really ugly. Anyway, this was a really short tutorial. There is nothing much to say about this. We are at the beginning of this course, of this playlist. Sure, our alerts can be very useful, very beautiful with the custom content, with the images and custom HTML stuff, but you need to learn other functions to do that kind of customization. Okay, like what will happen when you click on this button or that button, or how you gonna click, or will you just hover over with the mouse, will you just click and leave it there, like not release button, and so on and so on. But we'll learn that over time at the end of the playlist. So in the next tutorial, let me see, we're gonna include JavaScript file, external file, directly inside of your HTML page. You probably have a feeling how we're gonna do this. The approach is very similar to using custom CSS in a head section, but anyway, I'm gonna leave that to next tutorial. As always, thank you for watching and see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn two very important things: how to get external JavaScript, so source code from external file that will be somewhere in directories of our root directory of our web server, and how to do inline JavaScript. For example, when you have a couple of links to Google, Yahoo, Bing, and when you click on that specific link, something will be activated. For example, some alert or some other function that will do something. So first thing first, let's create external file, JavaScript file. So file, new, and let's immediately save it as, where is it? Let's say main.js. JS, don't forget extension, okay? So save, and now you will have syntax highlighting dedicated for JavaScript, okay? Not for HTML, not for PHP, for JavaScript. Here's the thing, some people will say that I need to type here like script opened and script closed. No, when you have external file, you can invade that thing. So you can just start typing your pure JavaScript code, like alert, see, other colors, okay? Alert like I am from external file. Yes, something like that. And don't forget semicolon. So this is enough for practicing purposes. Now in index file, let's say in the head section, how to include that external JavaScript file. So here we need to type script, and we also need to close it. So some people will say, yeah, I'm just gonna put that file here, like name of that file. No, that will not work, okay? We must state source. Where is the file in our file system? So to do that, we'll just use src here, which stands for source. It's like when you're importing image in HTML, pure HTML, when you're saying what is the location of that file. Same thing here, but you're not using img, you are using script. So what was it? main.js, and here you will not type anything, okay? So save and refresh, and there you go, you have your alert and the rest of the stuff. So some people will say, well, maybe I can remove this. I mean, what's the purpose of it, you know? So let's try that, let's remove that, let's test what's up. And refresh, see, you have your alert, but when you click on OK, nothing here. So you absolutely must close your script when you are calling external JavaScript file. A lot of programmers think, well, you know, this is just like img. It looks like img tag, but it's not. So definitely close it. Okay. So here's the thing. Can you use this approach down there? Well, let's try. Let's copy paste that here. Okay, or even, yeah, just here. And now we will have two pop-ups. 1, 2, there you go, rest of the file, and you see that thing. It's not like we have done that problem a couple of seconds ago. So yeah, you can use this approach. Just don't forget this end of script, kinda. So that is one part of the story. Now inline JavaScript, for example, let me zip this kinda, because I need more space. So let me delete this. So let's say you have some kind of navigation here, like UL. Let's close it down there, and we will lead to Google, like li. We need to close it, and href equals something. We need to close it. The target will be Google. Okay, and down there let's target to Yahoo, let's say. So now we are working about inline. We are talking about inline CSS. So forget about this external stuff for now. Let's totally exclude it. We don't need it. We are just talking about inline stuff, like here. Okay, so let me structure that. HTTPS Google, and down there HTTPS Yahoo. Okay, so let me check those things. Right, we have links. So what I want to happen is when I click on the Google, I want to have pop-up. I mean, you can have many functions in JavaScript, but pop-up is direct. You know that. You will see results immediately on page. It is simple. It's already built into JavaScript. So we need to use here new thing, and that is detection of click. So here on click, see, red color immediately. We want something to happen, and that will be alert. Okay, so let me separate these things like this. It's a little nicer. So alert inside of quotes, okay? But now we need to have actual content, like I am from Inline, okay? So we cannot mix single and double quotes, either one of them. So inside there will be single quotes and outside there will be double quotes, okay? This is if you use them like same, they will cancel each other. You'll run into all kind of mess, okay? So now when I refresh this, everything is fine. When I click on Yahoo, I will get to Yahoo, but Google is interesting. When I click on Google, I expect alert pop up. So check this out. There you go. I am from Inline, and now you will get to Google. Okay, see, everything works. So that's pretty much it. Well, some people say, can I put this into external like file? Well, what's the purpose? I mean, this is inline, okay, on this lines CSS, sorry, JavaScript. So why do you want to put it into external file? Sure, there are many combinations, but you will learn about that over time. But you know, here's the thing about programming: don't complicate your lives. There is a reason why we have external CSS and JavaScript. There is a reason why we have semicolons in many programming languages, or forced indentation in Python. There is a reason why we have a syntax coloring into editors. Don't complicate your life, okay? Just use simplest possible solutions and you will be fine. Right, so that's about it. And in next tutorial we can talk a little bit, just a couple of minutes, 3 minutes something, about comments. And comments are things that will save you time over time. But yeah, let's just talk about that in the next tutorial. So thank you for watching, see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about comments. So what are they and how we will use them, because there is a couple of approaches. We will use them, we want to explain to ourselves and other programmers couple of months later, years later, what we are trying to say into our script, into our source code. Because imagine that you have one big source file here with I don't know, 2000 lines, you know, so you cannot remember what you have done like 1 month before. So you will use specific part of code, you will turn that into comments to describe what you are trying to say here, what you're trying to do, okay? Not just for you, but also to other programmers, because maybe you will share that code on GitHub, on IRC channels, I don't know, somewhere. You will share your code with other people in some way. So in the JavaScript, we have one-liners, one-line comments, and multi-liners. So how to pull this line, for example, out of service? That thing will be inside of your script, but it will not work, okay? So let's use C++ terminology here. It will not compile, okay? I mean, of course, we don't have compilation in the JavaScript, well, at least in traditional sense. So // and that means that this line will not operate, okay? So // they are dedicated for one line comments, okay? So let's save this thing and let's refresh our page, but you will not see Hack the Planet, okay? See, there you go. How many of them you can use, it's totally up to you. You can use // here, and here basically this piece of code will cease to exist in operation. So let's save that, and there you go, you have just navigation. But there is a better way, because it's, you know, stupid just to type all over again // and so on. So you can use multi-line comments. So let me show how to do that. Up here you will start with the / and the star, and down there we need to close that thing, or otherwise everything will be treated as comment, okay? So how to close your multi-line comment? Well, you will do reverse operation, like / and here inside you will use star. So with the slashes we will like have a boundary of our comments, and inside, to distinguish things, we'll have like a star, okay? Think about star as a bunch of stuff in between, okay? So star is like, in my mind, like substitution for all these mess here, okay? So at the start and at the end, you need to have some kind of boundary. That's how I think about it. So some people will say, well, why do I need to use this slash? Why I cannot use just, you know, like uppercase, not uppercase, but vertical line? Well, you cannot invent your own comments in programming languages. You must obey specific rules. And if you want to type this vertical line, you must press Shift, and then on your keyboard you must find that other button to produce this. So it is way too easier just to say slash very quickly. Okay. Now the good thing about comments in many programming languages, they use relatively same approach. Let me explain. In PHP, for example, they will also use // for one-liner. Okay, this is PHP code, see, PHP extension, and also they will use slash and star in between. Okay, same thing in C++. See, this is a C++ script. One-liner with a / will start, and multi-liner with a slash and star inside. Now Python, here we are, is a little bit different, but that's totally fine. I really love Python. You know, of all these programming languages, I love Python the most. So it will just use hash at the start of one-line comments and single or double quotes for multi-line comments. But the good stuff about Python is automatically these comments in Python will be translated into internal documentation, and that is very awesome when you're automatically generating reports about your functions, like what they do. For example, you're gonna create some piece of source code, and down there with the comments you will explain what this thing is doing. But when you access that function, you can also access that documentation like in source code in another script. So look, this is just a Python, okay? Python is weird for some people. For me, it's absolutely great. I don't want to confuse you. You will learn Python in this way or another, okay? So these scripts are here just to you have that overall picture about comments. Comments are very useful. So variables, yeah, in index.html. So here's situation. Let's use plastic example. Like you wanna put here in pure HTML, you wanna put YouTube comment. Sorry, YouTube video. So how to do that? Let's go to, I don't know, this file, okay? And if we go to share, we need to go to embed option, and see, now we need to copy paste this stuff into pure HTML. Okay, see here, there is a reason why am I talking about this, and now this thing will work. Okay, so save, and where is my page? Refresh, and there you go. But this is pure HTML, so you cannot mix like JavaScript type of commenting in HTML and CSF's type of commenting. These things are different things, okay? So to pull out of service this pure HTML code, you must use just HTML type of commenting. And how to do that? Well, let's say here, you will just say left arrow, exclamation mark, line, and down there we need to close it with line and right arrow, and now everything will be fine. You will still have this code here, but it will not operate in pure HTML. Let me test that. There you go. See, we don't have actual functionality, but source code is there. Okay. So bottom line here is use HTML type of comments on HTML piece of source and JS type of comments on JS piece of source. Do not interchange those things because it will not work. For example, if for some reason I want to use JS type of commenting here, not just that this line will work, we will see this on page, but we will also have these two slashes on a page, which is ugly and not appropriate. Let me explain that. So refresh, and here is a video. So our commenting approach is not working, but also in the lower left corner, there you go, we have this ugliness, so our page is like totally busted. Anyway, so this was a short tutorial. Let me just delete this, we don't need it. And in next tutorial we're gonna talk about variables, and they are very crucial to understand, but very easy stuff to understand. They're just the names for our data basically. So thank you for watching, as always, for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, as I promised, in this tutorial we're gonna talk about variables. They are very important, very crucial to understand, because we're gonna use them all the time, not just in JavaScript but also in all other programming languages. So let's simplify our script here. Here's the situation. Every time when, for example, you wanna print this thing, you need to copy this line 10 times, 100 lines, and so on. So this is boring, this is repetitive, and at the end of the day this is definitely stupid. So the question is there any way to put this on a one line and then use it all over again? Well, yes, because these things are somewhere in computer, so we need to put this stuff into some kind of box, okay? So we will know these objects by that short box. So those boxes do need to have names. How else you gonna use them, okay? So those names for those boxes where you have actual things that you will work on, they are variables. So let's, for example, grab this thing and let's put it into box, and let's use it by stating name of that box. So var is short for variable, so here we are defining that variable, and we can have hundreds of variables in our scripts. Okay, so let's say that x, that will be very short name for this thing, like total abstract stuff, but you can use here word, like a sentence, or something like else, ABC, and so on. That is not important here, okay? Just realize that here you can use any kind of name you like, but here var must be stated exactly like it's here. This is internal thing of JavaScript, okay? You cannot change it. You cannot have, for example, var and then here one and var and then blah 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 and so on. No, just var and then space and then name of that box where we will put these things. So let's do that using double quotes. Why? Because there must be some kind of way to distinguish what object is from the rest of the scripts. So let me just copy paste this up here, okay? And down there, sorry, we need to close our commands, okay? Don't forget that. By closing your command with semicolon, you're telling to computer, grab this thing, put it here, because right now I just want to use it through this kind of handle, through this variable down there into execution. So let's also have another variable which will be epsilon, let's say, and that thing will be just a number like 1 2 3 4. Who cares? The actual number is not important, okay? And another thing is, let's have z variable, var z, and that thing can be, for example, something else. It can be pure HTML stuff like HR, okay? Don't forget to close it. Now down there we will just use those variables, those handles that will basically represent bunch of stuff that are in the memory of your PC, okay? So down there, if you want to print x, you will say document dot write, and then inside you will not state hack the planet, you'll just use handle from here, x without quotes. Why? Because quotes are already done here. There is no need for repetition, okay? So these things are variables, they are handles, so no quotes down there, either single ones or double ones. And now, because this is a command that you will issue, close that command always. And now let's go to our page. Allow me a couple of seconds to arrange this desktop a little bit. I don't want to switch between browser and editor all the time. So here's the thing. Let's refresh this page and we'll get hack the planet here. Oops, I need to state actual location. There you go. So now we are using this thing through this thing. Can we use those things down there the same way? Sure. Document dot write, for example, z. So that means that we can define our variables here and we can interchange them so many times in so many ways down there. Let me explain. So here we are stating them x, y, z, and down there we will use them x, z, y. So let's do that, and let's do that automatically with the epsilon. And there you go. So here's the situation. Their variables are really useful because you can define them at the top of your script or somewhere else, and then you can use them at other places multiple times. So real-time saviors. So let me just copy paste this couple of times and you will see what I'm talking about. Okay, see, in a split of a second we have results. We don't need to use these hard-coded things down there. We are using it through intermediary handle. Okay, so let me just go back a couple of times. So here's the question. Can we use variables in combination with hard-coded things down there when we are printing? Yeah, sure. So let's say between z and y, and z is AHR and y is just 1, 2, 3, let's have a couple of hard-coded stuff. Let me save ourselves a little bit of time. And also down there, and we will hard code here, for example, this custom stuff and something else. Okay, so this is hard coded custom stuff, and these things are from top, yeah, right, genius, top of the script. And down there we'll have those results. There you go. So things are obviously concatenated because this is pure JavaScript. So now you can, let's say, use BR here, custom HTML, and BR down there, and maybe once more time, just in case. And now you will have nice results up here. So this is extremely useful. Some people will say, well, big deal, you know, you're just printing things on a screen. But imagine that you're working on a really big project, really big script that will have like 5,000 lines. So you don't want to go there, and if you need to change something, you need to go to any line down there that use that thing and change that manually, or using even other script that you need to write. So you need to basically waste your time. So you will change one thing here once, and then use it, and in the execution everything will be changed automatically. Okay, so this is like, I mean, very, very useful. Let me explain. So let's turn this into some kind of gibberish, for example, and also here we're gonna change that to some other number and what in one place, and this will be replaced with I don't know, a couple of BRs, for example. Sure, you can do that. On one spot you're doing changes, and down there you have a replication of changes immediately. Yeah, I know some people say, that's a simple, but just imagine working on really big problems, really big scripts with other programmers. Why is that important? Because over time in many other programming languages you will have specialized modules, external libraries, external configuration files where you will put some kind of configuration, and then you will import those files into your major script, and when you need to do changes you will do changes in that dedicated files, and those changes will be automatically replicated in all other scripts, in all other programs you are working with. Okay, that's advanced material, but you'll get that over time, don't worry. Not just in JavaScript, you will do that in C++ all the time, in a Perl, in a Python, in a PHP. This stuff is absolutely excellent and important to understand. Anyway, these things were basic. Right now, in the next tutorial, we're gonna talk about different data types, because you need to have numbers to do calculations, like multiplication and so on, but you can also use numbers like letters, and that's weird, but it will work. Like when you need to concatenate a couple of numbers without multiplication, so you will just pack them together. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Thank you for watching. See you next tutorial, and we will explain about data types. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we're gonna talk about data types, and the reason why I have this scary kind of table here is I want to tell you that we are really happy right now because we are working with higher level programming languages, and they will automatically recognize with what kind of numbers and characters and strings you are working with. Because see here, these data types are from C programming language, and our colleagues like 2 or 3 decades ago, they need to know all these things if they want to even construct their first couple of lines of code. So they need to say that they will work with one character, and then integers, and what kind of integers, negatives, and not just that, in which range are those negatives. Absolute hell. So they need to say, will they work with decimals, with floats, with strings, how long those strings will be, and so on and so on. In the PHP, in JavaScript, in Python, we can just type our variable, name for variable, and then you can just type 1, 2, 3, ABC, just Z, and JavaScript will automatically recognize what you're trying to say. It is very easy right here. You just say var x equals 1 character, and you don't need to type anything here or here, and that was the case in older programming languages. So you need to be really specific, especially if you are working with numbers. So if you are working with negative decimals like this, you must here define that you will work with the negatives and also negative decimals, something like that. So absolute mess. For example, let's create in JavaScript different data types, and everything will totally be fine. For example, var x will be just a number, var y will be decimal. Okay, oops, I forgot of course to close our command. Var z will be negative decimal, and that will be instantly recognized. Var c will be just 1 character, and var s will be like some string. It's totally not important. We can even have spaces in it, nothing really special here. But this was complete hell defining in older programming languages. As I said, you cannot even start with programming if you don't know all these things into detail and all these ranges if you really want to be professional C programmer and C++. So right here we can just say document write, and we can use those things. So let me copy paste this couple of times, and let's have here also break pure HTML stuff. Okay, so let's use this as a kind of structure down there a couple of times. Okay, and let's populate these things like x here and y and what else, z, ts, z, ts, and I have one more, so I don't need it. And now when I refresh this, the thing will completely work automatically. No additional things you need to specify here when you're specifying variables. Okay, you don't need to think about data types. Later, when you start learning about MySQL database and other databases, of course you need to know a little bit about data types, because tables in databases are like those Excel files, for example. So you need to know what kind of things you will put into individual fields, into individual columns, okay, in table in MySQL database, for example. But here, this is not a database, this is just plain, simple JavaScript source code, nothing scary and nothing fancy here. I mean, we are very happy these days. Right, and not even mention programmers who were doing things in assembly language. I mean, absolute mess. So not just that we can successfully define our variables, the results will be totally appropriate. For example, let's say that you wanna add x to y, and y is decimal. Okay, so down there we can define a result. This is just a place where we will put a result of addition between x and y, so x plus y. And now down there the JavaScript will not round this result here to lower number, it will give you result as a decimal. Check this out. Document write and result, oops, and check result right here. It will be 3.5, so .5 will be recognized. Okay, that is so great. Some people will think that's not a big deal, but trust me, it really is when you're working with low-level stuff. So some people are probably confused. How can you put the result of some kind of operation into variable when you said that you need to define them at the start of your script? Well, sure, this is just a box. So in a box you can put even already existing things that you know, or this can be empty box that will be populated by some kind of operation. And in this case we are just using addition, very simple stuff. So sure, some people will say, well, that means that I can have x plus y here and I will get the same result. Sure, no problem. But what if you change x and y here? Do you want to go down there and change those things? I mean, it is really easy just if you use one common thing for this operation, so you can put it there and work on that a little bit later. So let's stick with that approach because it's very easy. See, refresh gives absolutely same result. So honestly, there is nothing special here that I want to talk about more. I will just repeat one more time, and I know that I'm boring probably, but we are very happy these days. We can be focused on our businesses, on our startup, and we don't need to care about low-level things, because most of today's programming languages, they are built on C. So programmers who were doing programming languages, they were C experts, and they did that job for us. So we don't need to be engineers, we just need to apply those things to create some kind of startup, business, money making stuff, I don't know, some product or service on internet. We can enjoy our creativity, and because some other people maybe smarter than us, they already did that low level stuff. And as I said, that was a lot of experimentation, a lot of errors. It needed a lot of time and a lot of budgets. So all these things, like all the programming languages, they started somewhere at universities, because universities do have budgets. But what about you sitting in your room? Do you need to invest like 3 years of your life into defining some kind of programming language so you can use it easier? So you need to deal with this low level detection and so on. Absolute mess, man. Programmer languages these days, they are time saviors. It's like you have 2 or 3 workers already working for you the moment when you start thinking about your startup. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up because this was a long tutorial. In the next one, we're gonna talk about rules to define names for variables, because we must respect some things. Okay, so thank you for watching and see you there. Hello YouTube, let's talk about names for variables. Here is the situation. Right here I'm using just word, so we don't have any kind of numbers here at the start, and these numbers, they're just packed into this kind of box. So when I run this script, everything will be fine. Okay, but there are rules in JavaScript. You cannot have any kind of numbers at the start of name for variable. So let me try to run this thing. Refresh, and there you go, no results. So please remember, no numbers at the start of name of variable. Okay, so here's the question: can you use any other weird symbols, like for example star? Is that allowed? Well, let's test that, and the result will be none. So you cannot use special symbols here that you have on your keyboard after first level of letters. Okay, so you cannot use hash and so on and so on. So what can you use? Well, you can use only letters, uppercase or lowercase, and the thing will work. See? Or you can use underscore, that will work. Okay, see, there is a result. And you can also use dollar symbol, and that will also work. So please note, just letters or dollar symbol or underscore, that will work, nothing else will work. Okay, so that's one rule. Another rule is, if you are using lowercase here, s, you cannot use uppercase s down there. We are talking about two different variables. This thing is defined, you have some kind of value here, but down there this thing doesn't exist. So result will be pretty much nothing here. So if you have lowercase here, lowercase down there, uppercase here, uppercase down there. Okay, so next thing is, can you have numbers somewhere inside of name of variable, like 444 here and 444 here? Will that work? Yes, that will work. And also if you have numbers at the end of your variable, that will also work. See, we have a result, but you cannot have numbers here at the start of name of your variable. Okay, so these are some of the rules. Now another thing is, let me just simplify this example. For name of variable, you cannot use things that are covered in JavaScript stone. I mean keywords. Okay, so things that are like integral part of your programming language, like for example var. You cannot say var here. This is stupid, this will not work. Okay, see, save, and this thing will not work. See, there you go. You cannot also use here other keywords like null. Null just basically means when you are using, we're gonna talk about that too, just in a split of a second. So you cannot use null. See, no results. You cannot use, for example, false. This is integral part of JavaScript and many other programming languages. Save, refresh, and you cannot use true here. Okay, save, refresh, no results. So every time when you see colors that are same with var, I mean in syntax highlighting, if your editor use that thing, you cannot use these things. So another question, what is that null thing? Well, here's the situation. If you have some variable sum and you say null here as a value, and if you want to print it down there, the result will be pretty much null. And here's the thing, what is this? What this even means? That means that there is no real value dedicated in this kind of box, but still this thing is reserved into your script, into memory of your PC. It is waiting to be populated with some concrete stuff. Why? Because you will put value here a little bit later in execution of your script when you are working on that thing more. So you will run into the same thing in MySQL database. Basically, when you have null field, that means there is nothing there for now, but there is a great chance that that thing will be populated in the future. That is very important thing to understand. Okay, this is a keyword, the integral part of JavaScript programming language. So please note that this is not zero. No. This is a place that may be populated in the future. If you say 0 here, and when you want to run this script, you will get 0 as a result. This is a number. But a null, this is not character, this is not integer, this is not string. This is just a blanco space that may be populated in future. Okay? So that's pretty much it in this tutorial. Just remember that as a start here you can use, where is it? damn it, dollar, you can use lower line, underscore, yeah, underscore, and you can just use uppercase or lowercase letters, and that's it, nothing else. So you're probably confused. Will you be able to remember that? Don't worry about that. If you messed something with that, you will not see results into your browser, so you will know where to search to correct that error. Don't pressure yourself, okay? You will run into this kind of stuff, but after a couple of weeks or days even practicing, it depends how focused you are, you will get that feeling what you need to put where, and you will start developing that intuition as a real programmer. So don't worry about that, okay? You will run into errors, and that's good, because that means that you can correct your way of thinking about your source code. So just chill, be cool, and thank you for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's talk about functions. They are specific, mostly small pieces of source code dedicated for getting specific job done. So think about them as workers in your future company. So those workers will always do something specific but nothing else. So when you're creating a new function, it's like you are hiring specialists to do something, okay? And they are very easy to create in most of the programming languages. And also, it's just a breeze in JavaScript, in PHP, and in Python also. Very simple stuff. So you will always start with a function by using that specific keyword, and you will see instantly different color from the rest of the text. After that, you need to have a way how to talk with that specific piece of source by stating name for the function. So that will be, in this case, I don't know, some func. Okay, it's totally up to you. After that, we need to have normal brackets, because in here we will put some things that we wanna pass to function, so function can do something on those things. But about that we will talk about in the next tutorial. Let's just create really simple functions, because I want you to understand totally basics. So function, we must use that, name of function, and brackets for actual parameters. After that, we must state some job to be done, and we're gonna do that inside of curly brackets, okay? And here, let's have this function do some kind of alerts. So alert is operation, but now inside of function, not like globally everywhere, just inside of that piece of code. So alert will be like I am from function, okay, something like that. Don't forget semicolon, because this is just operation, normal stuff, but inside this like namespace of function, okay? So these things are here like a border around actual operation. Here I have only one operation, but also I can have many of them that will solve something inside of this specification. So let me test that. Some people will say it is just enough to refresh here and I will get that alert. So let's test that assumption, and nothing happens because you need to call actual function. It is sorry, it is not just enough to have it here, we also need to use it. Well, why is that so? Because maybe in our source code we will have 10 functions or 100 functions, but we will use just a couple of them when we need them, if we need them, okay? So make a distinction in your head between creation of function and usage of function. So down there you just need to say some function, and don't forget semicolon, and now that function will be executed when we refresh our page. Okay, see, there you go, everything works. Question is, how many times you can call this function? It is totally up to you. So let's call it 3 times, and we will have 3 pop-ups. Refresh, 1 pop-up, 2nd and 3rd. There you go. So the thing works. Some people will say, well, this is stupid. I need to state a couple of times that I want to use that specific function. So is there a way to call 3 times specific function by creating another function dedicated for calling this first one? Well, sure. So let's actually do that. Function like caller, or run 3 times. Run 3 times, okay? And operation will be just to run this function 3 times. So let me actually copy paste this right here to save a little bit of time. So let's delete this. So now we also need to call this function and we will get 3 alerts immediately. So let's do that. Run 3 times. Don't forget normal brackets and semicolon, because this is actually end of command and those commands are packed here. Okay, so save, the refresh, and there you go. Thing totally works. So you can create function that will call functions that will do something else, and said that something else will call another function, and so on and so on. You can have a network of functions calling and busting each other, okay? Something like that. So here's the thing. This is kind of static. Can we, for example, activate some function when we press like a button, like submit button in pure HTML? So let's actually do that. And yeah, so let's turn this function into something that will print on the screen stuff. Document write, and I will print something like, I don't know, something, who cares, don't forget semicolon, and let's delete this mess down there. So this thing is inside of your JavaScript, and now down there we will create actual HTML submit button. So let's do that. Input type will be submit for just a button, okay, let's say, and value will be like click me, and so some people will say that's enough, this will be automatically executed, but is it? We have our button, but nothing happens because we didn't associate function with piece of HTML code. So how to do that? The thing is very easy. Right here or right here, you will just say on click, and let's go down there. Something needs to happen, so equal, and let me push this down there. Okay, just a second. On click, something happen, and that will be this function, okay? So this is like a target. When I click on this stuff, this will be executed through this piece of calling JavaScript. So sum func, and don't forget semicolon, okay? And I think that's pretty much it. So refresh, and now when I click here, I will get I don't know, printed on a screen. See, very awesome stuff. So I bet that right now you have many ideas what kind of pages you can create with this, like when your user visits something, some link, some image, some piece of web page, something will happen. Because yes, I'm using on click here, but that's not the only function I can use. You will learn over time that there are functions when you move through your browser in specific corner of your web page, you can activate some functions. When you hover over some piece of page, something can happen, some function can be called. When you press button, something can happen. When you enter something into field, something can happen, and so on and so on. Very awesome stuff. And of course there are security implications. How many times you have pressed some link on your web page and you think that nothing happens? Well, unfortunately it's not so, because these functions can be very tricky, very dangerous. They can get all kind of information about your browser and so on and so on. So yeah, you will learn that over time, but let's just say that owners of websites can get all kind of stuff from you, like resolution of your monitor, like where is your mouse at the moment, what are you basically doing. They can track you in so many ways, but yeah, that's for that's advanced material. Anyway, you know how to create functions, and you know how to create call them inside of JavaScript and outside of JavaScript in pure HTML, stating on click run this function. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you for watching, and in the next tutorial, let me see, we're gonna talk about perimeters, the objects that you can put here, and then functions will do something with that. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna shut up. See you tomorrow, basically, because it's the middle of the night. So thank you for watching, see you there. Well, hello YouTube. In this tutorial we will talk about functions with perimeters, or how to grab objects, numbers, strings and so on, how to pass it to function so function can do something with those things. So like a targets that we will work on more. So let's create function, and the name will be like with perimeters, just with param, and we need to have normal brackets and then curly brackets for operation. And now here we will use something totally abstract which will represent all those concrete things that we are going to use. Okay, so in my case I will just use x, and that's enough. Okay, you don't need to be really explicit here, like really detailed. No, you don't need to describe things that you will work on, just simple x will get the job done. So let's have a pop-up as an operation, alert, and we will grab this thing and put it into actual operation. So the whole purpose of these brackets is to grab something and pass it down there into execution lines so function can do something useful with those things from above. So just imagine that you have cable from here to here and so on and so on. So let's test that. We need to call our function with param, and now let's just print these numbers. Okay, you don't need to be explicit here what kind of numbers, what kind of strings you're gonna use. No, this is JavaScript, and JavaScript will automatically recognize what you're trying to say. So let's save this and refresh, and there you go, you have your numbers here in pop-up. So everything will be fine if you use any kind of string here, something, refresh, and there you go. So we are passing things here and using it down there. Okay, so in this case this x will represent this something. It can be anything. So some people will say, well, that's the simple stuff, but what if you have a couple of operations, like you can have documents alert plus a document write. Okay, and not just once, you can have it many times. And not just that, you can also have some custom HTML in between. Document write and custom HR here. HR, and don't forget to close your command. And now see, you will define that text just one time in your individual commands, and automatically when you pass something to here, that will be automatically dispersed all over the place in all operations you want to do. So you don't need to go and manually do this stuff. Everything is done by usage of that function. So that's the whole purpose of function, to make your life easy. Check this out. Refresh, and you have result of first alert, and down there you have something from here, and then custom hard-coded HR, and then again something which is grabbed from here. So this is very simplified approach, but I hope that you get everything fine. So this is like your first template, because I'm here using HR, but this can basically substitute whole your page, for example, or at least 10 or 20% of your page, of your website, and so on. And now here's the question: can we create function that will grab perimeter, and then it will pass that perimeter to other function that will grab that perimeter. So it is just theory and it looks complicated, but actually it's not. So let me push this script down there a little bit, and let's create function that will grab stuff, grab param, and let's call it a z. It's totally not important, it's totally up to you. So this function will call that function and it will pass z to it. So let me type that with param, and now we will not use x here, we will use z, because see, we are passing z to it, but because this is individual primary function, it really doesn't matter what kind of abstract thing you're using. So z here will be presented as x in this function. So like you have double cables, for example, this z will be passed into this x, and this x will be distributed down there into operations, like multiple layer of cables between functions, something like that. So down there, let's just call this this function, because this is secondary and this is primary function, or second level function and first level function. You can use that terminology. So grab and param, and let's pass some string to it, like I don't know, something like that. And now the result will be alert. So we have functionality from primary function through secondary function, but we are calling secondary function. Okay, so now when I click on OK, we will get I don't know, and then horizontal line, and then I don't know. See, there you go. Really excellent, awesome stuff. Let's repeat one more time what we have done here. In this function, we are using abstract x to get from us or from user, so we can do something about that. But for some reason, let's say we need more functions, so we create function that will grab specific object, specific parameter, and then this function will activate this function and it will pass that object to that function. So yeah, we are grabbing parameter and putting it here, but through this it is distributed to this primary function. So first layer will be grab stuff. Let me type that. Grab stuff in grab param function, okay, and next will be activate with param. Oops. And this thing that we put here, like stuff, is automatically passed down there. So let me use this dot, maybe it's good graphicon or something. So this stuff is passed down there, so this function can operate on this stuff more. So it's like you are just copy pasting these things down there, okay, and now this stuff, whatever it is, will substitute this x down there. Oops, something like that. Okay, I hope that you can understand this. So first layer of grabbing object, and then we are putting that into this primary function. See, like cable from here, and because in this primary function we have these operations, this thing will be like automatically distributed all over the place, something like that. So relatively simple stuff to understand. If you are kind of confused, don't worry, you have a couple of days to think about this. Nothing really special here, you will use all the time maybe. Well, if you're a beginner, you want to simplify your life, but over time this will basically become your second nature, so you will not even think about those approaches in function usage. So if you're confused, as I said, use just one function and play with that, and then over time you will get how to create functions that will call other functions, so you can pass parameters between them. And not just parameters, but also results of execution, and that's also excellent. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. As I said, practice with primary function. When you are fine with that, go to complicated stuff. Thank you for watching. As always, see you next tutorial. Well, hello YouTube! In this tutorial we're gonna talk about multiple parameters, how to pass them to function and how to use them. Okay, so let me clear this mess right here. We will not play around with alerts, and this will be used as a base for operations. Question: how to pass many things to your function? Well, the thing is very simple. You just need to use comma and then abstract name for that thing that you want to grab, that you want to work on. So x, y, z, and so on and so on. Just remember that you must use commas here between individual parameters, or function will not work, or it will give you weird results. Okay, so this thing is we're working with 2 parameters, not 3. Okay, so when you use comma, now we have 3 parameters. Right, so let's use those things down there one after another, just for simple printing, because we are kind of beginners, so we are learning basic stuff. And let me grab this, let's copy paste it here 2 times. Here we will use y and here we will use z. And stupid me, of course I need to call our function, but let's change the name to multi-param, because that's the appropriate. Multi-parameters, and let's pass to it 10. So 10 will go into place of x and y and comma, and then 100 that will go to place to y. Just think about cables from 10 to x and from 100 to y, like virtual cables, something like that, who cares. So right now we are passing only integers to your function, but you're not in JavaScript limited with different data types. No, you can put individual characters here, you can put strings, you can have all strings, it's totally up to you. JavaScript is smart, and also same thing in pretty much all modern programming languages like PHP, Python, and so on. Yeah, I mean, I'm using term modern and they are 2 decades old, but still they are high-level languages, so yeah, they will work, they will get the job done. Right, so result here will be 10, 100 and 1000. Of course delimited with a vertical break. So some people will say, well, why is there a way to just use 1 parameter even if you are passing like 3 parameters in a function? Well, sure, you can just use 1 parameter like y and y down there, and then you will have 3 times 100. Okay, so you can use that. Or if you pass strings here, let's say Samantha, and 3rd parameter will be Fox. Now you will have 3 Samanthas here because, well, you're using it 3 times, and Samantha is on 2nd place here, and there you go, 2nd place here. So refresh, there you go. So can you change order of parameters here? Like some people will say, I must type x, y, z down there to respect the order. No, you can totally reverse that. There can be z, y, and x. So you're not, you know, limited in that way. The thing will totally work. So yeah, let me think what I'm gonna talk about. Yeah, so let's do mathematical operation here, like addition of parameters, and we're gonna change name to multiplication, and then we will work only with x and y for simplicity reasons. So let me delete this, and we will put the results of this operation directly into document write. And x multiplied by y, and then down there we need to change call to function multiplication, and we must work with actual numbers here, because how are you gonna do multiplication on strings? Right, so let's say 2, I don't know, who cares. Result will be, of course, 20. There you go. Some people will say it is a smart idea to put this into some kind of intermediary box dedicated to results. Well, sure, that's actually a very nice idea. So result equals x multiplied by epsilon, and then down there we will use results, and then down there the result will be totally same. Okay, 20, you can change things here, like there you go, the thing works. So some people will say it will be very nice if you can concatenate some kind of explanation what this thing is, because this is just a number. Okay, so what this number even means, who knows? So on the left side you can have custom kind of report, like multiplication results, multi results, and let me lower the font here. It's ugly, but just a second. I can push this right, and also this right, so we have a little bit of screen real estate here. So when you have custom report, you will concatenate that with actual results by using plus here. Okay, so please note, this is not mathematical operation right now. No, this is way how to, into programming language, concatenate left side with the right side. Okay, so save and refresh, and there you go, multiplication results 2000. Okay, so let me see what else. Some people will say, well, if I'm using here like addition and here is a plus, will that plus inside create problem with that plus? Well, let's actually do that, and let's do that directly. So x plus epsilon, and here this will be additional result. So some people will say this will be totally messed up, and when you run into this kind of stuff, the best option is to separate mathematical operation from custom kind of report using brackets, like when you're doing polynomials or something like that. So you don't want to be confused. Sure, you can do that. Okay, and now this is treated as mathematical stuff, and this is treated as way of gluing this thing to this thing. Okay, see, add result 120, and there you go. But I am here using name multiplication, it must be addition, so addition, and that's it. Yeah, the same result. So that's pretty much it. In the next tutorial we're gonna talk about returns from functions. What that means? That means that the result of execution we will grab and we will use it somewhere. So we will not directly print on the screen. We will fire this result in external world, so other functions and pieces of code can grab it and do something with it. Okay, so this will be like a product of this kind of factory. Okay. Right, I'm gonna shut up. This was a long tutorial, longer than I thought. Thanks for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we're gonna talk about returns from functions. So that basically means we will have some results that we wanna fire into external world, so other commands and other functions can use that thing for something. I don't know what that is, but you'll probably create over time really big scripts, really big programs, and you will use a result of one function into many places for different results. Okay, so this is theoretical background, so let's do that into practice. So here we are doing addition, so let's put result of addition of these two numbers into add, or use something else here like result or operation, it's totally up to you, and we'll get there with x plus epsilon. But now we don't want to print that thing inside. Okay, we want to do nothing with that inside, we want to fire that into external world with return add. So the moment when you type return, this thing, which is basically this thing, will be available to any other piece of code inside of your script. Okay, so let me fix this, And some people say, well, that's fine, that's excellent. So now when I run this script again, I will get the same result. But is it so? Check this out. No results. Yes, we are calling function, but we need to put result of this operation, of this function, into something that we can use later. So either you can use that directly with alert or document write, or you can put that into a variable. So you want to do that, you want to do something on that variable. So simplest possible case is use document.write, and now this whole thing will be parameter for this function. So don't forget one more time to type brackets, because these brackets here, they are dedicated for this function, and these brackets inside are dedicated for that function. So now this thing is available to that thing. Okay, so save and refresh, and there you go, you have your result. But it's a kind of ugly because you don't know what this number represent. Fine, let's have a custom report like custom stuff or just custom, and let's concatenate that with result of this function, and that thing is available to us because this function is firing this thing, this add, all over the place. So if you want to think about this in a way of meta programming, it is the same thing as you are using this. Okay, so this thing goes here. Of course, it's not that simple. This thing need to be result of dynamic stuff, because over time you will put different things here. So I'm just here using this terminology to make things easier to understand. Okay, so think about that this goes here, but of course you need to use actual functions with some different dynamic parameters over time. So addition like 100 and I don't know, 0.005, and save, and there you go, you have your result. Some people will say, well, not a big deal, but what if you want to have multiple lines that will use result of this function through this thing? Well, let me just copy paste that a couple of times and you will see what I'm talking about. And let's change this custom stuff to something else, like else, or down there like stuff. These things are totally not important and generic, and they basically represent all your big reports that you are going to learn how to create over time. So yes, I'm using just here single word, but just imagine that we are talking about dozens of line of source, dozens of line of pure strings, and so on. So this is just simplification. Okay, now your results and your script can be really big, but they will just use this piece here to make it complete. Okay, so save and refresh, and there you go. We have everything on one line because I'm not using concatenation, sorry, breaks here, vertical breaks, but that's not important because you already know this. Okay, you can do this if you are practicing, and sure, I can automatically sorry, I can automatically transfer this to alert, so no problem, the thing will work. So just imagine that these things, alert and document writes, are some really complicated functions that will use pieces of this function, of result of this operation through add, okay, which is fired into external world all over the place. So yep, there you go, we have one alert from here, we have another alert from here, and then we have else at the end. Why at the end and here is in the middle? Well, because alerts do have priority in your general script if you don't connect them to some HTML button or link or something like that. So generally alerts do have priority, and I talked about that in my first tutorials, couple of them, something like that. So I don't want to go to 15 minutes tutorial, and in next one we're gonna talk about how to get this thing into another function that can use it, or even we can create multiple functions that can use this thing from this function. Very cool stuff, very useful stuff. You will learn that over time through practice and through errors and repetition. Don't worry, you know, over time you will get everything. So thank you for watching. As always, thank you for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Well, hello YouTube. Here is the thing. We are going to use this result as an input to another function. Let's create that function. Second level function. I'm using that name here. It's totally up to you what you're going to use. This can be primary function, this can be secondary function. It's totally up to you. So down there we need to use this thing. So you must have some kind of handle for it. You can type add here, or XYZ, or ABC, or blah blah blah. Whatever you type here as parameter, you must use down there into actual operations. So let's say we will use just A, okay? And operation, we must put those things in results. So result equals A times 2, for example. Very simple stuff to understand. And right now we'll just print it on a screen right now. Okay, we will not return that to external world. We are going to do that in a third level function, but right now, for simplicity reasons, we'll just print stuff on a screen. So document write that thing, result, and don't forget semicolon. So down there we need to use two things. First, we will get result of this operation. Why? Because this function needs it as parameter. Okay, so addition of 2 and 5, and we must put this thing into something that we can use as a replacement here. We can use like result 1, something like that, who cares. Down there we are calling directly this function. Why directly? Because it will print directly things on a screen. No returns, just printing directly. So second level and result 1. So what need to be a result? Let me see. 2 plus 5, 7. So we are passing 7 here basically. So 7 times 2, 14. Okay, so save, refresh, there you go. Next thing, let's have this function here returning things to external world so other functions can use it. Okay, return result. Now down there let's create third level function, third level, and I will here use B. Now this B here will be this result. Okay, I can use whatever I like here, but I must be consistent and use it down there into operations. Let's actually do that. So operation, and let's also put it into result, will be like B times 100. Who cares? Very simple stuff. Please note that this result is not same as this result. So they are independent functions. I can use the result A here and also here. So let's actually do that. Maybe it will be more simpler. So result B, and well, I then need these things, underscores, because it's easier to understand. Right. So result B will be B times 100, and now I will print this thing right here directly. Okay, so document dot write result B, and that thing must be inside result B. So that's pretty much it. So now we need to call first this function because this function demands it. So let's do that. Result1 equals addition, and that will be like 2 and 5. So now we have 7 because of this plus, so 2 plus 5, 7, so we have 7 here, and let's use it as an input here. Okay, so second level function need to grab this thing, okay, result1, but also we must put result of this stuff somewhere because third level function demands it. So result2 equals second level result1, and then down there we will just call this function with this parameter because actual operation of printing is done directly here. Okay, so we're just going to call it. We will not put results of it into some variable. No, we're just printing things directly on a screen. So third level and result 2 in this case, and what will be result? Let me see. 2 plus 5 because of this plus 7, so here we have 7. We are passing that 7 in here, so then this function will use that 7 times 2, that is 14, so this will be 14, okay, and then in third level function we are multiplying 14, okay, with 100, so we will get 1400. Okay, so hopefully there you go. Okay, so here's the thing. If you are confused with the third level functions and so on, blah blah and blah blah, in words of Slavoj Žižek, don't worry. Practice with the most simplest possible scenario. Primary function, secondary function. This one will return to that one, and here forget about returns, print stuff directly on the screen. So document.write result A, and now down there we just need to have this thing activated, so let's do that. Addition of 2 and 10, let's say, and we must put that in a result Z, I don't know, who cares, result Z, because this function demands it, because it will use it to multiply it by 2 and then it will print it on a screen. So let's do that down there. We are calling second level function and parameter will be this thing here, result Z. So what that will be, 2 plus 10, that's 12, okay, 12 times 2, 24. So we will have immediately 24 here, see, because this action here is printing stuff directly. We are not returning anything to the rest of the world. This is final function, no third level functions, no next level functions, and so on and so on. This is simplest possible scenario. It cannot be simpler than this. Practice this for a couple of minutes. If you don't get it, just sleep for one day or something, drink a little bit of water, and don't worry, you will get this over time. Nothing scary and nothing fancy here. Maybe I mean, not maybe, you will use this kind of approach when you're doing some kind of mathematical, engineering, electronic calculations, and so on, when you're creating your CMS, something like that. So don't worry, breathe, chill. Thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Just remember, always work if you're confused with simplest possible scenario. Thank you for watching, see you next one. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will see how weird JavaScript code can influence your hardware. Basically, we are going to track CPU usage here. Normally, when I am not recording and not doing anything, pretty much my usage is, well, at least usage of my PC is around 2 or maximum 3%. But right now, let's construct some JavaScript code to boost usage of our CPU. For example, why? Well, you probably noticed when you visit some very fancy website that something is happening with your cooler. So your cooler works more, you hear that noise, and so on and so on. So maybe that browser in the background is mining some bitcoins or something. I don't know. Maybe something is security related, or maybe just that website have a lot of media on it. Okay, so let's see what's gonna be. Let's delete this, and we will construct 3 functions here for testing purposes. First function will call second function will call first function, and third function will call both of them. Okay, it's just to see in what kind of mess we can run into, and that will basically be endless loop. Okay, so let's do that. Function first, without parameters, we don't need that. And let's say we will type something on a screen, we will write on the screen, document write, just to have, you know, something to check, nothing special. So this is from first function and br, and maybe one br more, but we will see what's up. And after that we will call second function. Okay, so let's define second function, function second, and we will print directly here document.write. This is from second function, or second function activated, just to see, you know, those difference in output. And this function will call that function. Okay, so that's not enough. We need to have here third function which will use both of those from above. So function third, or caller, something like that. And here we will just state, we will just call first function without parameters, because this function, when we are creating it, doesn't need any parameter or argument, whatever. And second function, same thing. So now nothing will happen because we are not using this piece of source code. Okay, so let's use it right now. Caller, and well, yeah, we can also print something here, like document.write, and let me see what to print. I don't know, who cares, some kind of delimiter or something, and br, and also we will use delimiter here, and that will be pretty much it. Okay, so let me note the CPU usage right now. Where is that thing? Well, let's say around 10% or something, who cares, up to 10, maximum 10. And now let's run this thing, because I want you to see that jump in usage. Okay, so check this out, 7%, 8%, there you go. See, this thing right now was working until some point, because browser, basically Chrome, was smart enough to recognize that we're using endless loop. Okay, see, so this function doesn't work right now because browser cut it in execution. Chrome is smart. I hope that same functionality we have in Internet Explorer and Firefox and other browsers, but I will not test that right here. So let's just emulate basically a loop here by using lots of refreshes. So see, we have one jump, second jump, and so on and so on. So you see here a little bit of spikes. Nothing special, but still we are going 7 or 8% in usage more, something like that. I can press F5 all the time. So yeah, let's do that. And there you go, we are going to 25%. So that's funny thing to see. Well, why is this important? Well, just imagine how many sites you have visited in the last couple of years when we have this Bitcoin craziness around. So maybe you have run into something that will use your browser, your system resources basically to mine coins. So what is the moral of the story here? Do not use stolen CMSs and stolen templates from internet. I do know that some of these things are expensive and maybe right now they're out of your reach, but try something else. Try free stuff, try cheaper stuff. Do not use stolen themes, templates, CMSs and so on. In those things you probably have some coin mining software and the things that will attack your websites, your machines, the thing that will turn your machine into zombie mode, zombie nodes and so on. So do your custom stuff. It is hard, it demands time, but still you will know how to do your custom CMSs. You will learn over time, and over time you will get into money so you can buy those expensive templates and CMSs. Do not mess around with stolen templates. That's the moral of the story. We have just here a couple of lines of code, but imagine if in stolen code there can be hundreds, if not thousands, of really problematic JavaScript source code or source code in PHP or any another programming language. These things are very dangerous because your website can include things from other websites really easily, and that's security nightmare. Okay, so very simple tutorial. It was not just about JavaScript, but yeah, there you go. Now you can try how your browsers will react on these couple of lines of code. So thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube! In this tutorial we will learn about global versus local variables. What that means: the moment when you define any kind of variable here, that thing will become accessible to all other functions and individual lines of code that you're going to write. So var number, for example, and value will be 456, and then down there we will use that thing, let's say in some function. Function printing, very simple stuff, nothing fancy here. We will just print things on a screen. Document write that specific number. And that's pretty much it, but of course I need to run this function because it's not enough to have it, we also need to use it. Printing, don't forget semicolon, and there you go. But if for some reason you want to use a local variable with the same name here, then that thing will have priority over this global variable. So let's do that. Var number equals 777, and now automatically this function will use this thing. Okay, so official term is this one is local variable, this one is global variable. Yes, they do have a different value, but they are also inside of your PC, inside of your browser, treated as totally different things. Okay, so assumption here is if something is so important to you that you're going to define that into function, that thing must have priority over things outside of that function. Okay, so down there, if you have second function, let's say second, and if you are going to print number again, document write number, now this second function will print that number. Okay, it cannot reach here, so second, and we need to semi-close it, and also here we can add break for delimiter, and also here. So this is not mathematical operation, we are just concatenating string with our custom HTML. And there you go. So why is that so? Well, just imagine that you have some kind of border around this function. Okay, so you cannot get inside of it with another functions. So it's like closed space, and these things are like borders. So some people will say, well, is there any indirect way to access this number? Well, let me think. You can return this. For example, you can return this. Yeah, let's do this. Return number. And now if you construct your second function in such a way that it will use result of this function, then you can indirectly access this number inside. So document write will grab x as argument, so of course we must have it here, and that thing must be result from this first function. So result, let's say 1, or result from printing equals, we will call this thing. Okay, so no arguments needed. Why? Because number is already defined inside. So we are not doing any kind of mathematical operations here. We are just defining things in it, and then we are returning it into outside world. Yes, it is stupid. Don't do this in practice, but it is kind of possible. Okay, because some people will say that on internet that you cannot access inside stuff of some other functions. Well, you can by using returns in originator. Okay, so now down there, second function will grab that result from printing. Okay, I think we are good. So let me remove these borders, kinda. And now result will be 777, just that, but we are grabbing that thing using really stupid approach. Don't do this into practice. If you are, for example, creating some weird kind of configuration, JavaScript, but this is very ugly way of doing things. Okay, just use a KISS principle, like keep it short and simple. Okay, don't experiment too much, because sooner or later you will run into some kind of mess. Right, so that's the basic difference between global variables and local variables. Global ones are mostly at the top of your script, and local ones are inside of specific functions. So don't return that thing to the rest of the world. Better approach is to have global variable so you can use it in another functions. So you can play, but don't do that too much. Right, so that was it. Very short tutorial. Thank you for watching. See you next one. Hello YouTube. In this tutorial we'll talk about basic mathematical operations, including modulo, which is leftover from division. So we will deal, for simplicity reasons, with two numbers. So function, and let's say that operation will be like all of them, and we need to grab x and y, so two numbers, and then down there we will have document write. The first operation will be, let's say, division. So we are concatenating our custom string, custom kind of report, with actual mathematical operation of division, and after that we will have a little bit of break. Okay, so let's use this line as a structure for all other operations like multiplication. So let's change this symbol, and subtraction. Okay, and addition. So plus here, and there you go. Please note, these pluses here are for concatenation. Also, these pluses are for concatenation. And these things inside of normal brackets are actual mathematical operations. I can use only them here, but then you will not know about what kind of operations we are talking about. So we have custom report and actual mathematical operations. So let's run this thing, all of them, and numbers will be 6 and 3. And there you go. Here you will have all results at once. Very cool stuff if you are messing around with you know, some mathematical research or something. So maybe Python is a little bit better here, but yeah, you can do this stuff in PHP, JavaScript, and so on. So this will yield 2. 6 divided by 3, 2. 6 plus 3 here will yield 9, and so on and so on. We don't need to explain this, basic mathematical stuff, you know this. But there is yet another thing which is very interesting here, and that's leftover from division. So how to get there? Well, we need to use another symbol, which is percent symbol here. So let's copy paste this, and let's change this to mod, and this will become percent symbol. So this is just a symbol, okay? Don't think about this thing as actual percent. You must have something from keyboard to describe this operation, so they figure it out that percent symbol is probably, you know, correct thing to do. Now let's change this to 10, let's say, and 3. That will be a nice thing. And division, result of division will be like 3.333 and so on, but modulo will be 1, leftover of actual division. Why? Check this out. 10, we will get there when we multiply 3 by 3, and they're whole numbers, okay, real numbers, big numbers. I mean, not big, but whole numbers. But you also here need to use that mod. And that mod in reality is 1, because 3 times 3, 9, plus 1, 10. Okay, so you can put this on a piece of paper, it's easier to understand. And I think that it's really simple example that you will grab, you know, like a couple of seconds or something. So if you change this number to 15, then modulo will be 0, because 15 divided by 3 is 5, so 3 times 5 is 15. You don't need to add any kind of thing to 3 times 5 to get 15, or you can just add 0, you know, so modulo 0. Left over from division is 0. So I hope that you get this. Very, very simple stuff. So the next thing is the order of operations. So let's say that you have some kind of variable here, like var something, and we will get there with 2 plus 3 minus 10, multiply that with 5, divide that with 33. Who cares? So here you must apply your basic mathematical knowledge from primary basic school when you have learned about order of operations. So you probably know this. Division and multiplication do have priority over subtraction and addition. I will not go into there because I will assume that you know this from school. But this is a case when you have concrete numbers here. What will happen if you have some kind of mathematical engineering, electrotechnical formula like x plus epsilon times, I don't know, 1.54, like constant, and then you must divide that with t, and then you must subtract some q from that. Okay, so the best thing here is not to rely on a order of operations, because this is formula. Okay, so use brackets. Do not forget brackets. You probably have that in all serious formulas that you are working with. So it can be something like this. Okay, and then you will multiply that with that specific constant, and then you will t and q enclose in a dedicated brackets, and that basically means that we need to have again starting and ending brackets. So you will get something like this at the end of the day. You will divide this thing up here with this thing down there. So that's pretty much it. So I don't know, as I said, what you're trying to do in your calculations, in your formula, but either use order of operations when you are doing with 2 plus 3 minus 10 and so on with the normal numbers, or when you are using formulas, definitely use brackets and respect that thing. Okay, I know that this is confusing because like 15 years ago, 2 decades ago, I was in a school when we have a lot of formulas. I was learning about machining and electrotechnic and all these things, and then after that I just went into another area of life, economic and management and trading and so on. So I remember how painful these things can be if you want to do it, but you don't know that order of basic operations, and you need to have really good basics in what you are doing. You cannot skip things. That's basically the thing about mathematical stuff. Now let's learn about mathematical shortcuts in programming. So there is a great chance that in other people's source code you will run into this kind of stuff: minus minus x and plus plus x. Now this thing here is totally same as x minus 1. So this is shorter way of writing it, and correspondingly this thing is the same thing as x plus 1. So higher up by 1 or lower the thing down by 1. Let me prove that using specific function test, let's say, and we will grab specific x, who cares, and we will use both of these approaches. Document.write, and here we will have x plus 1, and let's concatenate that with a little bit of break, and let's use it as a structure for this thing down there, where we will use plus plus x. Okay, so forget about this thing here. This is just for concatenation. Okay, forget about these things. We are just interested into this thing right here. So these mathematical things are same. This is longer way of writing x plus 1, and this is shorter way of writing these things. So let's test that. Function will be test, and we will pass to it 5 as parameter. And here the result will be 5 plus 1, 6, and then down there you will have a result of this thing plus plus x, which is also 6. So these things are same. See, there you go. Now same thing with minus. Okay, and now when you pass, let's say, 10 to it, the result will be 9, 9. 10 minus 1, 9, minus x, also 9. So don't even try to think about this thing mathematically. Think about this as a shortcut that will save you at least 2 spaces here when you are typing things, something like that. So if you think that you must be Alan Turing to be good into web development, you are wrong. If you decide right now to sit and dedicate 6 months or 1 year of your life to mathematical thing, you will probably acquire university level of mathematical knowledge. Okay, but it's not matter of how smart or able you are. It is matter of decision. It is matter of time investment. Bottom line, do not stress yourself. If you need something from mathematical side of work, you can learn it, because these days we have very excellent tutorials on YouTube or websites dedicated to mathematical stuff. Do not stress yourself. You can learn these things when you need it, if you need it. If you invest your time, you can get there. Okay, the question is, are you happy doing that stuff? If you are happy with mathematics, fine. If you are more happy with web development, fine. Okay, so in the next tutorial we are going to talk about if statements, and they are very, very fine and useful, not just into JavaScript but also in all other modern programming languages. So thank you for watching. See you there. Well, hello YouTube. In this tutorial, as I promised, we will talk about if statements. And they are nothing but very simple checks, and you will use them in many programming languages, not just in JavaScript. They are absolutely all over the place. So here's the situation. We will check if one number is bigger than other number, and then we will do something about it. That is the simplest possible scenario. So var, let's say number equals 54, and down there we will start if statement with if and then brackets, normal brackets, and now if number is less than 100, and operation will be just printing on a screen or alert. So alert number is less than, how to write this in English, than 100. Okay, and now when I refresh my page, I will have this as alert. There you go. But what will happen if the number here, real number, is same as number in check? So the result will be nothing. Why? Because we didn't type any kind of corresponding code here that will be activated when these things are same. So we must type that. Okay, so how to do that? Well, the easiest thing is to use less than or equal here, and then you'll have pop up on the screen. Okay, that's the one scenario. I advise you to use that. Or you can have one more level of if. For example, if number equals 100, we will say, let's say, document write they are same. Okay, so here's the situation. Maybe this is confusing. Every time when you're creating some kind of variable, some kind of number, to put this stuff into here, you will use normal equal symbol. But if you're checking things, from reality with the things from your, well, check, then you will use double equal symbol, double equality or something like that. Who cares what the normal terminology is? It is important that this is when you're putting right side in the left side, and this is when you're doing checks. Okay, and now the result here will be the same. So here we have alert, and here we will have document write activated. So directly on the screen we will have text. Okay, that's kind of cool. Let me see what else we can learn here. Well, of course, the third option and only option will be that this number can be bigger than this number down there. So let's say that this number will be 1, 2, 3, and then we need to have corresponding check in if statements. So if number is bigger than 100, and this is the case, then we will, I don't know, we'll say alert our real number, I mean useful number from external world. Let's say our real number is bigger than number in checking if, or something like that. Who cares? You get the point probably here. Okay, and now result will be that one alert, our real number is bigger than number in check. Okay, so I think that's relatively simple stuff to understand. So yes, this can be a little bit long, and in the next tutorial we will learn about how to simplify this with a couple of new options, but the point is here that it's really nothing special. And the good stuff, as I said at the beginning of tutorial, is you'll use this not just in JavaScript but also in all other basically modern programming languages these days. Right, so if this is a little bit confusing, I can understand that. If you are a total beginner, then just experiment with smaller numbers and then do one check and then continue with complicated checks and so on. But I think that you understand this. This is fairly simple stuff to understand. Right, anyway, I'm gonna shut up as always. Thank you for watching and for support. See you next tutorial. Well, hello YouTube! In this tutorial, as I promised, we will learn how to simplify our lives when we are dealing with if statements. Because this is a little bit too much. If this, then if that, then and so on and so on. So is there any way to create some kind of a backup alternative like failover option using something else in JavaScript? Yes, we will use else. So let's delete this and I will hard code one example here. So if number 50 equals number 50, and this is the case, I will print on a screen document write they are same. Okay, so we have just one if here, they are same. And now we will use else, and inside of curly brackets we will have that backup option, okay, that will be activated if this thing is not correct. Okay, so let's say alert, and we will say they are different. Okay, refresh, and there you go. Now let's change those things, our hard-coded numbers, and then this thing will be activated. There you go. So when you have backup option, that basically means that only one thing in a specific amount of time can work. There is no reason for backup if primary operation will work fine. So else for majority of people will be something where they will put those backup options. You know, that can be anything. It can be custom code here, hard-coded stuff, it can be functions, you can call other programs, other programming languages, using different inputs and outputs and so on. I mean, yeah, it depends what you're doing, but you probably get the point. So if you don't like too many ifs, you will use else as a backup. So let's create here something that is not hard-coded too much, like a var global variable equals 100, and then if glob var equals 1000, we'll say document write number equal to 1000. And this is one option. There cannot be any other options. Only we can have backup like else. So else, if this is not correct, okay, then something other must be activated basically. And we'll say again document write they are different. And now when I refresh this, of course they are different because this number from reality is different than the number in check. And now if we have same numbers, then this piece of code can be activated. It must be activated basically. So there cannot be both of those things activated in the same time. Okay, so yeah, that's a really simple tutorial. So let me see what else can we do. Right, so let's create functions here that will be substitution for these operations. Because yeah, you can in your checks, when they are fine or not, you can call corresponding functions. So let's put this into function, dedicated function. For example, function same. And we will just hard code this operation. Okay, and then function not same or different, and no parameters here. We will just say they are different. Okay, and now we will delete these things, and here we will call function same. Okay, don't forget normal brackets and semicolon, and down there as a backup we will just say different. Don't forget semicolon. And now you will get totally same stuff. But you have separated your code in let's say levels or layers. It depends, it depends what you're doing, how you wanna your code to look like. It depends, are you totally newbie in JavaScript or if you have a little bit experience from other programming languages. So yeah, your approach will be different. Sometimes you will think that JavaScript code is messy compared to your primary programming language, but this is something you can use. So if you're confused, if you're a total beginner, then you don't need to torture yourself with those functions. Well, I suppose that you already know this, but if the amount of code is kind of confusing, then you can just practice with this hard-coded stuff. Right. So yeah, that's pretty much it. As always, sorry. Thank you for watching, thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will create something that will look like a login form in JavaScript. The things will be pretty much hard-coded, but the reason why I'm creating this tutorial is I want you to realize that you can put if statement inside of if statement. And the classical example is just some kind of password check or something. So, var name, because when we are logging in we need to have, well, user and password. So Michael, and var pass equals hack the planet. Okay, so first will be check for correct name. If name, oops, so this must be like a variable. If name equals Michael, and then inside of these brackets we'll have another check. So if password equals hack the planet, and now we will allow user to get into our system with, I don't know, this is just emulation. So document write access granted. Okay. But if that fails, if password is not correct, then we must have else as a backup. So either you have credentials or you don't have it. So if you don't have correct password, if Michael doesn't have correct password, then document write login failed. Okay, and I think this will work. Right, so access granted because password from reality. Let's say that this is just stuff that is grabbed from some kind of HTML form, like in PHP. So if this from reality corresponds to this hard-coded check, then everything is fine. So just imagine that this is actually getting into system, okay? Now another thing is, what if we change our password to something else? Then result will be login failed. Okay, so let's say that you have a couple of friends and the password for all of those friends is the same, but they do have different usernames. So let's say Samantha here with wrong password, and the result will be pretty much nothing because we didn't pay attention about that. We didn't fix our code correspondingly. Right, so how to do that? Well, here you will use these two vertical lines, which means or. So if name is Michael or name is Samantha, then check for password, and if password is fine, then you can get it to system, or they can get it to system. So Samantha in this case doesn't have correct password here, so the result will be login failed. Okay, but if we fix our password here, hack the planet, then Samantha can get into system. access granted. Okay, so look, I do know that this is stupid and probably you don't want to use this kind of example in production, and you probably can't, because this thing is more suitable to be done with PHP and MySQL and so on. But objective here was to realize that sorry, that you can have multiple if checks inside of if checks. Okay, and then at the end, as default stuff or a backup alternative, you will have one else, okay, statement. So yeah, this is hard coded, but you can call other functions that will do some complicated stuff, and maybe you can even think about some example where you can use this. Okay, you know, on top of my mind, I really don't have any kind of idea, but as I said, the objective was to learn how to put if layer on top of if layer. Right, so that's pretty much it in this tutorial. If you're confused, don't use multiple users here, use just Michael and use just one password, then you will get this stuff. Okay, so if you don't understand things, use simplest possible examples, then just proceed to complicated ones. Right, so I'm gonna shut up and drink some water because I can't talk, obviously. Thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube! In this tutorial we will learn about how to create kinda switchboard in JavaScript. For example, when end user enters something on your website through HTML form or something, then based on that entry some action need to be activated. Well, yeah, that's the theory. So first thing first, we must have a place where end user will type that choice, that option. So var option, and in this case option will be generic box where we will put those individual user decisions. So let's say that decision in menu of some game, let's say, will be A, okay, or 1, whatever, that's actually not important. So this is just a box where we will put these dynamic things that we are grabbing from end user. It can be A, B, C, whatever. Right, so after that we must use switch. That's a JavaScript keyword, and not just in JavaScript, also in many other programming languages. So after that you need to state where is that box where end user type stuff. So in this case this is option. So option, it can be something else in your case, it's totally up to you. So now when we have that thing that we have grabbed from end user, we want to do something based on options, based on cases. So we must type here case, and this is stuff in JavaScript keyword. So this is why you have different colors than your custom stuff. So this is covered in JavaScript stone, case and switch and var and so on. And this in complete black letters, that's what's up to you. Okay. So variables and end user data. Okay, so case that end user types A here. You use what's the term here in English? Quotes, not quotes. I don't know. 2 dots. Who cares? So I can't think about this name on top of my mind right now for some reason. Maybe I'm losing it. Anyway, so based on that user entry, we need to do something. So document. Right, user needs A. User needs A. Okay, so sorry, that's one option. And after that, when you are done, you must cancel all other options using break. Okay, so every time when you get the stuff done with one action, in one specific case, you need to stop here, because what's the point of switching board if all other buttons will be pressed at once? Okay, so different, dedicated case for dedicated break and dedicated action and reverse. So let's use this as a structure for next cases. Let me just copy paste this down there, here. So case that end user enters B, we will print user needs B, And the same thing for third option, let's say, and that's, I think, enough to understand. Case C, user needs C. So just think about these lines, that there are some really important functions in your program, whatever. So this is when end user enters something that is known for that person, A, B, and C. But what if end user wants something default, or end user doesn't know that there is more options, or end user doesn't enter anything? Well, then you will use default case. So default, okay, and then we will, in this case, we will just alert things on the screen, like I am from default, or I'm default action or something, who cares. And that's pretty much it. So now, because this thing is hard-coded, when I refresh, I will got user needs A. If I type C here, then user needs C will be printed. Okay, so that's cool. Our switchboard works correctly. So if user wants B, user needs B. And if you don't type anything here, empty space pretty much, you have that default alternative. Okay, so this default is like a else in if-else statement. So this is like if, and then this is like else. Okay, so that's like an analogy. And some people prefer one option, some people prefer another option. It depends what they are doing, what's their background, but over time you will get that feeling when one option is better than another option. Okay, so some people will use if for something, some people will use switch. Over time you will crystallize the things. So if you're a beginner, sorry, if you're a beginner, don't torture yourself when you need to use switch or if. You will get that over time. Right, so just remember, every time when you have switch statement or switch block of code, you must have switch here, and then option. That thing will be dynamic, like from variable, okay? And then you'll have case this, case that, and do corresponding actions. And when you are done, you must break execution here, because if you want to have cases, then you don't need all other things. So that's the point. You are separating things here based on end user requests. And this is actually very important, not just for JavaScript, but also for many other programming languages. I really like this switch stuff. It simplifies way how I'm thinking about options while I'm programming. I really love it. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. As always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to increment from, for example, 0 to 100, and for every step along the way we're gonna do something, like we will print on a screen, we will have alerts, we will have some functions activated, and so on and so on. So three things here are important: your lower border or level, your upper level, and how you are going to get to that upper level. So you can increment by 1, by 2, by 10, and so on. So the algorithm basically is up to you. Right, so how you're gonna start with for loops? Well, first you will say for, and that's a keyword in JavaScript and also in other programming languages. And then you use normal brackets. So right now we are going to define that lower level. Okay, so x will be 0 in that moment when we are starting our operations. Okay, after that we must define upper level, our point, where we want to get. Okay, so how to do that? Well, you will say we will stop execution of the things we are going to write here when we reach 100. So x must be less than 100, or it can be less than or equal to 100, but for simplicity reasons, let's just say, you know, it will be less than 100. So that's upper border. After that we must have some kind of algorithm. Okay, so how to get to next step? Well, a new x will be existing x plus 1. So don't scream right now. This is not higher mathematical stuff. Okay, this is just very simple thing to understand. Let me explain. So you're starting with 0. So that's our starting point. Now, how to get to next step? Well, we will use 0 plus 1 and the result will be 1. So this is our next step. In that step, when that thing is done, x will be 1. How to get to next x? Well, existing x, which is 1, plus 1 will be 2. So this is existing x right now. How to get to next level? Well, existing x, which is 2, plus 1, 3, and so on, up till 100 in this simple case. Okay? So that's like a very simple algorithm to understand. So this is us defining what needs to be done and how and in which range. And now let's define actual actions for every of those steps when we reach them. So let's just say document write, and we will say x. So every time when we reach next step using this algorithm in this specific range, that x will be printed on a screen. So we are using JavaScript, so we are dealing with HTML. Well, we will use break to have that vertical bunch of results on a screen. Okay, so there you go, from 0 to this number. So if you want to reach exactly 100, you have two options. Either you will use 101 here, and then you will get to that thing down there, or you can just use 100 and less and equal. Okay, and then you'll get the same result. So maybe that will confuse you if you're a beginner, but everything is very simple and fine. Right, so this is kind of cryptic. You don't know what's happening. Well, yeah, in this simple example you do see that numbers are incremented by 1, but it is always nice to have some kind of custom report here. So let's just concatenate custom stuff with actual value of x, like x in moment of time, as we are passing from one jump to another. So let's use lowercase x here to be consistent. And we must concatenate our custom stuff with things from for loop with our custom break. Right, so let me test that, and there you go. So x in a moment of time plus 1, 1 plus 1, 2 plus 3, 4, and so on and so on. So sure, if you use 5 here, that basically means that your jumps will be bigger, so there will be less amount of, well, those jumps, because you're jumping in the same range. If your steps are bigger, there will be less of them. Okay, see, there you go, very simple stuff. You can use any kind of number you like, and you can also extract this x, like here, for example, var x, let's say equals 1, and then you can just here use x, and x will be less. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. The difference is you're just exporting this variable outside of your for loop. Yeah, I mean, who cares, you know, use whatever you like. It depends what you're doing, and it depends how you want your code to look beautiful, and it depends what beautiful is for you. So yeah, it's totally up to you. Right, just remember you have lower border, upper border, and how you're gonna jump from one dot to another in your imaginary coordinate system, or it depends how you think about things. Right, so I'm gonna shut up and render as always. Thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we'll learn about alternative to for loop, and that's a while loop. So the approach is similar. You need to have lower boundary, upper boundary, and also algorithm, but the thing is, in my opinion, it's a little bit shorter. So let me clean this, and let's start with starting void number, let's say, will be 0, and immediately after that you will say, you will use while keyword. So not for, but while. So while something is true, do something, or while something is not true, do something else, something like that. So while number is less than 100, we need to do some kind of operation like document write, and let me see, number in this moment of time, and we will concatenate that with actual value in that moment of time, and we also need to have break here, HTML stuff. And some people will say, well, that's pretty much what is enough. But here is the thing, this is my CPU activity. The moment you know, when you run this script, you will get yourself into a never-ending loop, basically. See, the page is working constantly. You don't see result, but trust me, there are operations in progress. See what your CPU is doing. You don't see result, but your script is basically put your browser in a never-ending loop. Why? Because you didn't implement another part of the story, which is algorithm, how to jump from one step to another step. That's what you need to do also in the for loop. So see, page unresponsive, our browser is basically busted. I mean, at least this tab. Right, so exit page, and there you go. So we need to say, let's say here, that number, next number, will be number in this moment of execution plus step, which will be 1. And now everything will be fine. So our while loop is kind of complete. And there you go, from 0 plus 1 until 99, let's say 100. Okay, there you go, and everything is fine. So there is no for loop, there is no never-ending loop right now. Where is that thing? Okay, so this is just a spike when you run this thing one time, and that's it. Okay, so there you go, one spike, but see, CPU doesn't even feel this. But trust me, it do feel when you messed up your code. And you will, well, no matter how cautious you are, sooner or later you will run into this kind of problem. Maybe you are tired, you don't pay attention, people are in your office are talking, you don't know, basically you're not focused, and you will create this kind of stuff sooner or later. But no matter what you do have a backup of your database, basically, because front ends are fine. I need to drink a little bit of water, sorry. So your front ends are fine, and that's cool, you know, they're beautiful, they're fast, but the point is that everything which is important for you and your website and your company, that's database. Databases are a replication of real-life scenarios, of business logic. And no matter how you messed up your front end and even some part of back end, the crucial stuff is to preserve things inside of your database. Okay, and then you can breathe. When your database is safe, you can breathe. Right, so thank you for watching, and in the next tutorial we will upgrade this while loop a little bit with new fancy stuff. Okay, so thank you for watching, and see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about do while loop. So here's the thing, what is the major difference? Difference between while and do while is that operation in do while loop will be executed at least once. So let me delete this normal while example, and let's proceed to dedicated one for do while loop. So var, let's say number equals 5, and the funny thing is, and you will recognize do while loop by this is you will use keyword do at the start, and immediately you will proceed to actual operation, which will be in our case just classical printing on a screen. Document write number at the moment, that specific number from reality, plus break. Okay, now don't forget to type algorithm here. So algorithm will be used, let me just fix this size. Right, so algorithm must be used in a range of curly brackets, so it cannot be outside of it. So here, don't forget to do that because you will run into never-ending loop. So number equals number plus 1, let's say, and again while need to be outside of it. That's weird stuff. So while, and now you will say while number is less than 50. See? So the major difference is this thing will be run at least once, no matter which number is here, no matter which upper boundary is here, this thing will always be executed. Okay, and first you will start typing do, and then you will end up with while. So that's maybe characteristic that you need to know. So where I was, yeah, I need to run this example actually, and there you go. We are starting from 5, we are ending with 49 because I didn't use equal, less than, or equal, and there you go. So let's prove that. Let's type some really big number here, like who cares? And some people will say, well, this will not work then. Well, sure, if that's normal while, but because this is do while, then at least one line will be executed. Check this out. There you go. So maybe that's something you need to know. As I said, probably you will not run into this example too much, and the majority of people doesn't like it, probably because it reminds them about, I don't know, basic syntax or something. But you know, you never know in what kind of situations you will end up, so maybe this will be more appropriate than some other loops and statements and so on. Right, so I'm gonna shut up. This was very long, sorry, very short tutorial, and as always, thank you for watching, and see ya in the next tutorial where we are going to talk about event handlers. Very interesting stuff. Thank you for watching. See ya there. Well, hello YouTube. In this tutorial I will talk about something very interesting, and that is how to react on end user movement and actions. For example, when end user wants to click specific button, you want something to be activated. So that's like we are intercepting kinda end user actions, right? So you can do that in pure HTML, so you don't need to type script here and down there. So let's actually create some kind of form here with a button as an example. Right, so form, and we need to close it, and let's have, well, I don't know, maybe 2 buttons. Let me see. So input type will be button, and value, let's say, will be click on me for pop up, let's say. And down there, let's have another one. Let's actually copy paste this to save ourselves a little bit of time. Oops. So down there will be click on me for direct text or for dir text. So basically here we will activate alert on clicking, and down there we will print on a screen in browser basically when end user clicks. Okay, so both of these guys are buttons, right? So it may be one break here, right? So classical HTML stuff, nothing special. And let me have another one. Very simple stuff, right? So here we must use onClick, and that's JavaScript stuff, not HTML stuff. So JavaScript kinda way how to connect this thing, clicking on a button, with some JavaScript action. So on click, and see we have a red color. So let's actually get into a new line here. Okay, on click, and now we will define that action. So alert, and please note here we must use single quotes inside, because there must be a way how to distinguish between actual JavaScript stuff and custom command. So custom command you'll put inside of double quotes, and here the actual string will be inside of single quotes. So you don't want to mix these things, because you will confuse yourself. Probably your script will not work properly. Right, so I am from pop-up. Okay, and save and refresh and check this out. There you go. So everything works fine. So we are dealing with button, the value, classical HTML stuff, nothing special here. Every time when you wanna connect clicking on the things with actual action, you will use onClick, JavaScript stuff, with actual function or hard-coded action, which is in this case alert, and so on and so on. Right, so that's cool, but when we click on this thing, nothing happens. So right, let's fix that. And let's go to next line here. Also we will use onClick, and we will document write, and we will print, for example, I don't know, directly on page, something like that, who cares. It is important that you just grasp that basic stuff. Okay, and also here I need to close my command with a semicolon. The thing will work, but it's correct way to close commands. Why? Because you can concatenate, well, on one click you can concatenate many commands, many functions basically. So let me test that. Click on me for this text. There you go. There you go. So every time when you refresh, you will basically go back. That's funny thing in JavaScript. Right, so that's easy thing to understand. Now let's actually concatenate this alert with a couple of alerts. I will just copy paste this thing for simplicity reasons, to save ourselves a little bit of time. And let me push this down there. Let me arrange this a little bit. So alert, I am pop-up number 2. I am pop-up number 2. Something like that, who cares. And don't forget to close basically your operation. And we can also have this arrow, ending arrow right here. And refresh, and now when I click here, we will have two pop-ups. First pop-up, second pop-up, so that thing works. So see, you can do all kind of fancy stuff. Right, so let me see what else. Let's create here some function. For example, like in a script. And also let's use it down there, or no, here. Script, so function will be just, I don't know, function print stuff, and of course we need the brackets, and we need to print things on a screen. Let's say document write I am from function, and that's pretty much it. So now down there we need to call that function. Let me see, don't forget double quotes. So yeah, print stuff, and well, yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me separate this a little bit. Form, Where is ending form? Down there. Where is opening form? I forget that. I deleted, I think. Oh no, it's up here. So let me see, will that work? Because this is dedicated for pure JavaScript. See, in a script section, and this is like normal HTML stuff. So click on me for pop-up. I am from function. That's cool. So everything works. So here's a question. Can we have this kind of script outside of form? So let me do that. We will copy paste this down there. So now we have separation between JavaScript and HTML. So will that work? Let me see. Oops. Click on me for pop-up, and there you go. That also works. So yeah, well, that's pretty much, I think, enough for one tutorial. So you can call things directly here, you can call functions, you can have alerts, document writes, and so on and so on. But the important thing is to realize that you can handle different end user actions on your website. Okay, so if something happens, end user clicks somewhere, goes somewhere with the mouse, something can happen. I don't know what's that in your case. We will learn many things over time, but yeah, it is important to know that this is very good start to understand these event handlers and so on. Right, so 8 minutes tutorial, longer than I thought. Thank you for watching. See you next one. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to create buttons or links, so when end user hovers over it with the mouse, some function will be immediately activated, some source code. And that is very security important to realize, because there are a lot of people out there and they're creating all kinds of websites, so when you visit them, something will start rolling in the background. They will send you to download locations with Trojan horses, worms, and so on. So this is very important thing to understand. Anyway, so I don't want to confuse myself and you with this source code from last tutorial, and let's start with a blank sheet of paper. Right, so form, we'll use form and two buttons, and this will be quick. So input type button, and the value in this first case will be on the mouse over. Okay, so this is just your custom stuff, you know, but also you must use on mouse over down there as a function that will be activated. So maybe it's a smarter idea to use something else here, like, I don't know, I'm not creative in this moment, like custom on mouse over, custom title, I don't know, who cares. So down there we need to have this thing, not on click, but on mouse over. On mouse over, see, immediately we have a red color. Okay, so that's part of JavaScript, and we will, I don't know, alert something like the same thing on mouse over. But I must use single quotes because I don't want to confuse myself in the browser. And we also must close our command here. And let's use this button as a source for another button. And this one will be on mouse out. And we will talk about differences. So down there we also need to change to on mouse out. And also here on mouse out. And let me see what's up. Okay, but let's have a couple of BRs here. BR, and yeah, once more. I think that's enough. Oops, it already reacts. So there you go. So here's the thing. I mean, let's have a little bit more space. I feel that I need to do this. Right, so now we are fine. Here's the thing. Now it is not important from which side you're approaching this first button. The moment when you reach to it, when you hover over it, this function here, this operation will be activated. So this the size of side of approach is not important. The thing will be automatically activated no matter from where you are enrolling in that button. So as I said, really security important stuff to understand. Right, so that's for first option. Another option is, see this, when you are approaching this thing, nothing will happen. But please note that I am in a airspace of this button. I am not out of that space, okay? But the moment when I will get out, see, the thing is activated. So there is a difference. Here, at the first button, the side of approach is not important. It will be activated everywhere. But down there, only when I wanna get out of airspace of that button, the thing will fire at me. Okay, so that's the major difference. So now you can play around a little bit with custom, I don't know, operations here like functions and so on. But I think that you basically get the point. Just remember that when you're dealing with event handling, you will always mess around with these things here on mouse over, on mouse that, or on mouse this, and so on, on click and so on, right? So anyway, very simple stuff to understand. Just be very security cautious from now on if this is your first time realizing that bad guys can get all kind of, they can do all kind of nasty stuff with their websites to you. Right, so this is very important thing to understand. Anyway, thank you for watching, and in next tutorial we're gonna talk about something interesting. I don't know what's that, but I promise it will be interesting and very useful, probably. Right, anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Thank you for watching. See you there. Hello YouTube. Here's the situation. In the last tutorial we have learned how to detect end user activity on hovering things and leaving things and so on. But there is a question. Is there a way to activate some function or some hard-coded stuff here when end user visit our website, our web page automatically? So not just when they visit our website, but also when they leave and they refresh our page. So yeah, there is that option. So let me clear this. Let's have this form like who cares, and we are going to use unload and let me type that. So on unloading of page, we want something to be activated, like alert. For example, we are tracking you. I mean, of course you don't want to send this to user, but anyway, it's good to know that you can use it if you need it. It depends what you're doing, but yeah. So let me fix this, semicolon, right? And check this out. The moment when I refresh this thing, there you go, we are tracking you. So this is very important to realize that it can be very useful for you as someone who is trying to make money with some kind of banners, advertising, promotions and so on, because a lot of sites use this. But also this is a, well, it can be very security problem. It can be big security problem, because as I said in a couple of last tutorials, not just that they can run one bad function, ill-intended function, that they also can run multiple functions and multiple ill-intended scripts, and they can even structure their code to call other programming languages to initiate some kind of scanning of your system, browser, and so on and so on. So that's just, there is a lot of things that can go in weird directions if you visit specific websites on internet. And a lot of normal websites, they look normal, but they are poisoned with remote code and such a thing. Right, enough chatting. You can also use document write here. No problem, same result. There you go. And here's a question. What if web user wanna get out from your page? Well, then you will use on unload. Okay, so this stuff, and see, this is correct because this is a red code right now. But in a a lot of browsers, this thing is kind of recognized automatically. So there is some way of protection, you know, at least in Chrome. So this will not work in Chrome, but there is a chance that it will work in another browsers, and also in earlier versions of those browsers. So yeah, well, can you call, for example, specific function on load? Sure, we can do that, for example, here. Let's put, for example, code here in head section. Script and function will be bad stuff, something like that, and operation will be something scary, something like that, and double quotes, right? So let me call that function here with bad stuff. That's gonna happen if you're not cautious on internet. And I think this will work. There you go. So that works. So the difference is just we are having a function here outside of body section. Yeah, you can arrange your JavaScript code in so many ways. So some people say, well, how to evade this kind of problem? Well, unfortunately, well, you can turn off your JavaScript totally, but your experience as an end user on internet, it will be totally ruined because everyone uses JavaScript today. If nothing else, then for tracking, you know, for analytic and stuff and so on. So if you are very security concerned, then your best option is to learn Python and to write custom script that will basically grab whole web pages and whole websites without activating any kind of JavaScript code on that specific website. So basically you will grab everything from website like a plain text, and then you can go through these pages like manually and extract stuff and analyze stuff and so on and so on. But you need to invest a lot of time into that. And yeah, so, but you know, if you really want to be like safe on internet, then you need to change your way how you are using it. And yeah, you definitely need to read a couple of books about security, and you definitely need to learn Python. Right. So sorry. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. That's pretty much it. Really simple stuff. Thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. In this tutorial we will start talking about objects, about object-oriented approach in programming. And a lot of people, especially if they are newbies, they're scared about this thing, about this approach. Well, I do realize that. So we will use simple variables to learn about object. So first we need to learn basic stuff, and then you can easily go to a more advanced stuff. Here's the thing. When you have object, that means that you need to look into that thing as something generic. And over time, you can improve that thing. You can build another things on top of that thing, or you can apply some functions and methods on those generic things. So let me describe that with a simple variable, what I'm trying to say. So variable, let's say person number 1. And that person will have a name as Samantha Fox. Okay, and let's have another person number 2, and that will be John Smith. Okay, so here's the situation. Think about these things here not as a names, but as a general base where you can work more. For example, you can count number of characters here. It is not important what they are. You can just grab the length of this string. Okay, that's the one thing, one method you can apply on it. You can add new stuff here, new characters, new sentences if you like, and you can turn all these characters in all uppercases or all lowercases. So think about this as something generic, and you can work on it a little bit later when you learn how to do that, because over time you will learn how to do custom methods, custom functions dedicated to working with specific generic objects. So it's like when you have those bases, when you're building buildings, okay? So the base of building is the same, but over time you can change how your general structure will look like. It is just important that you have same basis for those buildings. So maybe law demands that from you, but over time you can beautify your buildings, you can have different windows, different colors, different premises, and so on and so on. So this is just a theory, okay? So let me use similar approach here. So see this Samantha stuff here? Well, let's use method on it to grab something. For example, to grab number of characters here. Okay, so document dot write, and now inside of normal brackets you need to state on which target you are working. So in this case that will be person number one. Person number one. Okay, so that's the target. But after that you need to do something, and doing something means that first you will type a dot here and then name of that function or name of that method. So those methods can be built into your programming language, or you can write them so they can be custom one. Okay, but you will learn how to do that over time, don't worry. It is important to note that when you are dealing with object-oriented approach, first you will define your target, your object, and then dot, and then a specific action, specific method, specific function. Who cares? In this case, we are going to use just length to grab a length of this string, of this object or variable. Use any kind of term you wanna use for this. It is just important that you realize those things. So which kind of terminology you're going to use, it's totally up to you. Okay, so refresh, and there you go. We have 12 of characters in person number one. So let's do that. Let's count that manually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So space is also a character. Okay, so 12, there you go. But see the good stuff about object-oriented approach, the ones when you define your custom function, let's say, this is in build stuff, but when you define your custom stuff, you can apply that method on many of objects you're going to create over time. So it's like when you're going to school and you learn one skill, then you can apply it on many situations. Okay, so let's actually do that for person number two. See, we will just change here target or object of interest, and now we will have two numbers here, two results, but I also need to have a little bit of break here. Oh, the dog outside is yelling, sorry about that. Damn huskies. Anyway, refresh. And I don't see anything because, let me see, why is that so? This is BR. Oh, yeah. Document, write, and that need to be inside of JavaScript, right? Okay, that need to be string. And there you go. So forget about this HTML stuff, pure HTML stuff. It is important to note that when you define your custom functions, then you can use it on many occurrences of object that you are going to work on them over time. So right, that's pretty much it. This was just for you to understand the basic stuff. Left side object, right side method. Okay, and in between, to distinguish between those things, dot. Okay, so left side object, dot, and after that some kind of action that you're going to create over time, method or function. Use any kind of term you like here. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Sorry for huskies yelling around. Thank you for watching and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube! In this tutorial we will learn how to play with real objects that we are going to create using dedicated function. So here in the body section we will work with actual objects, and here in a head section we are going to separate our function that will be responsible for creation of general structure for those objects. Let me type that. So function, let's say, oops, I need to type that into script. Let me fix this arrangement a little bit. Right, so here we will have function person, okay, and those persons need to have some general characteristics, okay, and based on those general characteristics we will create concrete objects down there in a body section, okay. So those things will be name of the person, last name of the person, and let's say social security number, okay. And here's the situation: every time when you are constructing this kind of database or table, every time you need to use this dot and then name, last name, and SSN. Let me type that. This name. So this thing here will be actual thing in imaginary database, okay. But how to get real stuff into this kind of field? Well, we are going to grab this perimeter when we are later using these things. So this is just the structure, okay, the structure of our kind of emulation of database, and down there we will play around with concrete stuff. So this name in our imaginary database, we will get it when we grab actual thing from function, when we are going to use it, okay. The same thing for every other field, and we will always use this, then, this, that, and so on. So last name, and this dot SSN from actual usage of function. So just remember then this thing and this thing and this thing, this is the same stuff. It will be related to same object in our actual usage down there, okay. So this is like, how to explain this? This is weird. This is general representation of all concrete objects down there that we are going to create, okay. And this thing is like a database, imaginary database. Right, so now we have our structure here. So down there in a body section, in a script section, we need to create actual object based on this structure using this function. So let me type that. Var, for example, object Michael, and object Michael will hold all these individual characteristics. So this is the reason why I'm using here lowercase. So this is just an object that will hold concrete stuff. Okay, so var Michael equals, and now we need to use new what? New person. So this is like creation of that concrete row in our imaginary database. So new person with characteristics. So actual name we need to put down there, Michael. So now here we will state concrete stuff, and this is just object that will be common for all these things when we are going to call them. So this is like a generic hand that can get into all these individual stuff that we are going to mention here. Michael and last name Smith, and social security number, I don't know, 505, 444, who cares. So now we have created one object with specific characteristic and we need to state those characteristics based on this general structure here. Why is that important? Because later in operations, when we want to extract all those individual things, we are always referred to this object like a common ground, like a common box. Okay, so let's create another object, another person, Samantha, and we need to call new again, new what? New person structure or database simulation with the actual concrete stuff, respecting the order we are creating them. We have, how to say this? Respecting order of parameters here. So Samantha and actual last name Fox and social security number 101777. Who cares? Right, so now we have two objects based on the same structure for any objects we are going to create, and we can create thousands of them here. Right, so why this thing is important? Well, as I said, this is like a rows in a database, and this is database structure. So if we have that situation, that means that using any of these objects here, think about them as handles, we can access those individual parameters. For example, for Michael, we want to print these things. So now what we need to do is document, write which object is, object of our interest, Michael in this case, and how to access those individual parameters from like our general structure here. Well, using dot, and then what we want to grab? Name. We're grabbing a name. And let me run this script. I think that everything will be fine. There you go, Michael. So using same analogy, we can grab all other things for Michael. So Michael is like general handle for these individual data here. So let me copy paste this to save a little bit of time. And now we are grabbing a name, and then down there we are grabbing last name, and what was it? Yeah, social security number. So if you do know a little bit of MySQL, this will be understandable to you, because there is a lot of similarities between table and database and rows. And even if you don't know databases, if you have worked with Excel tables, this will be like a row, and this will be like a real table, real file, and these things here, they're like columns. Okay, so these things are like columns when you're entering your data, and these things are like individual rows. So there must be some way of accessing those individual fields. Well, in JavaScript, when we are working with objects, we are just saying from this row dot grab this column, this row grab that column, this row grab another column, and so on. So row dot column, something like that. I don't know how you think basically, but that's it. And right, there you go. Of course, I have packed everything here because I'm not using a plus br here. So yeah, you basically know what I'm trying to do here. So let me just copy paste that really quickly down there, and right, save, and there you go. So the same approach for Samantha. Samantha is just object with concrete characteristics. So let me just save a little bit of time, and I will copy paste this down there, and then we want to grab everything for Samantha. So let's change that here. So through this Samantha object, we are grabbing individual stuff dedicated for that object. But you know, there must be a way how to access those individual things in our imaginary databases. So that's like a creation of objects. These are objects, and these are known stuff, concrete stuff from reality. So these are like ways how to talk with our database here, something like that. Where I was, yeah, I need to refresh, and there you go, Samantha, Fox, and blah blah blah. Right, so you can practice this a little bit, do the same stuff. Okay, do the same stuff, and just remember that this thing represents the same object here, and you are basically, when you're grabbing parameters from reality you are putting it here through here. So just imagine that you have cable going from here to here, okay? And that's pretty much it. Now, to understand this, you need to understand how functions are working, but I'm sure that you know up till now how functions are working. Well, at least up till now in this playlist, okay? Right, and another thing is when you're creating a new object, you need to say new, that specific object, and then you are stating individual characteristics, so respecting the order of parameters up here. Right, I don't know, maybe I was confusing, but object-oriented programming is confusing when you're starting it. I don't have any other simpler idea how to describe this. This is a very simple way, and honestly I don't know how to approach this better. Well, at least in this moment. So practice with one object if you're confused, with one object, and with maybe two or at least one parameter here. So if you're going to practice with one parameter, forget about these two, forget about last name and SSN, okay? And then down there you just want to print like things for Michael. Let me simplify this. And you're just stating name here, so you don't need the last name and social security number. And this is so simple, there is no simpler than this. So save, refresh, and there you go. So we are calling a function, we need to pass perimeter that function. When that function perimeter is grabbed, it's put here, and then you can access that thing through object, stating dot, and a name for that perimeter, for that thing. Well, I don't know how to better explain this, but you need to practice, okay? So, right. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up more than 10 minutes, and thank you for watching. And also in next tutorial we'll talk more about objects, because they are very important to understand, not just for JavaScript but also for many other languages. Thank you for watching, see you there. Hello YouTube! In the last tutorial we did that object creation using dedicated function and a new keyword and this and so on. So you understand this up till now. But there is a question, is there any alternative? Well, yes, there is alternative, and it is simpler, but you need to type a little bit more. Well, and you will not use function, you will use pretty much hard coding in that alternative. So let me explain. First we will delete this from last tutorial, okay? And the same approach. Here we are going to create objects. We will initialize objects, and then down there we are going to use it. Right, so this is how you are going to proceed. For Michael, you need to immediately go to curly brackets. And here you need to manually type all those names for columns that we are using in the last tutorial over and over again. For example, name, and then not equal, but these two dots. I mean, whatever. I always forget what's the name for these two dots. Anyway, so actual name will be Michael, and then after that use comma, and then last name will be Smith. And after that, we have social security number 111-222, let's say. And don't forget to close this command with a semicolon. So here's the situation. You need to type a lot here. And you need to do that for every object you wanna initialize. So I don't know how basically useful this is for you. I think that using functions for object creation is way too better approach, but it is important to note that you can use this approach if you need it. So let me just actually copy paste this down there as a structure for a new command. I mean new object for Samantha. Name will be Samantha, and last name will be Fox, and social security number 555-444. Right, so if you're asking yourself where this is useful, the example that's on top of my mind is, for example, when you're opening textual file with the columns, with the data, and then you're changing that textual file in such a way that you're having these column names in front of every field with some other PHP or Perl or Python script, and then you're using it as a part of JavaScript code. Well, yeah, that's stupid, but that's one of the examples. Anyway, let's proceed with actual usage, which is totally the same as in our last example, in last tutorial. Document, write, Michael, and we want to grab, let's say, social security number, and that's it. And let me refresh that, and there you go, the thing works. So same thing for Samantha, alert, for Samantha, let's say name, and plus Samantha last name. Okay, like some alert message when end user visit your page. For example, you can put this into body section, and based on an IP address or something, you just wanna fire this to Samantha, something like that. Right, I also need to have BR here. And I think that's pretty much it. So here we are just doing concatenation from Samantha general object that we initialized, and the term here is initialize things, and in the last tutorial we have created things based on function as general structure. Right, so refresh and Samantha Fox, there you go, and in the background we have that social security number for Michael. So yep, that's about it. Very short tutorial. You can practice with this if you like it. If you don't like it, you can always create your objects in a normal way, which I advise you to do. And maybe you're gonna use this, maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, it is important to know that you can use it if you need it. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up as always. Thanks for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about how to group things together. For example, you want to have a list of programming languages like PHP, Java, Perl and so on. So how to say this in JavaScript? And what is the term here? Well, the term is arrays, bunch of stuff on one place, right? So let's go. Var, we need to say that when we are defining that group, that array, and the name will be like programming languages, plang, something like that. And after that we must state that we are going to create new array. So new array, and in normal brackets we are going to state one after another elements of that array, elements of those groups. For example, PHP and Python, my favorite language, and C++ and C. And that will be pretty much enough for these testing purposes. So it is important to note, you must have name, like a common box where these things reside, and you will use new keyword, and then what we are creating box with stuff, so the term is array, and then in double quotes we are going to state those individual elements, and we will separate them with comma. Right, so how to print all these things at once? Well, we can say document write what was the name of target, name of group, plang. Okay, and that's pretty much enough to extract all of them, and see, they are separated with a comma in actual result. Right, so question is, well, how to extract these individual things, because this is like a small kind of database. Well, we need to use box brackets. What is the name here in English for them? Angle brackets, box brackets, I don't know, who cares. So here you must state the position of that thing, for example 0. So position 0 refers to PHP in this case, and some people will say, well, why is that not 1? Well, in programming languages, in most of them, we are counting from 0. So this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on and so on. So how to think about that? Well, just think about this thing here, about first element as beginning of coordinate system, imaginary coordinate system. So it's like we have cross here, okay, but we are always looking at the right side. So this thing here, this cross is this center is position 0 or index 0. So on position 0 we have PHP and so on and so on. So for example, if you want to print C++ by position, by index, you will say plang and what was it, 0 1 2 position 2. Okay, so refresh and there you go. But I don't have any kind of separator here, so you can do that also, like plus and in between just spaces, one space, and there you go. So of course you can use individual document rights for individual indexes, but that's pretty much approach here. Let's actually do that because some people can be confused with this, right? And that also means that we need to have BR here to get into next line, BR, and copy paste this down there. So for example, you want to print something on a position 1, which is Python, so you will put 1 here, and you want to print something on position 3, 0 1 2 3, that will be C language, and that's pretty much it. How you are going to access elements in this our imaginary small database, kind of. Okay, so this is nothing scary here, very simple stuff. Just remember, you must have a common name for this kind of group. Then you will use new keyword. You will say what you are creating. The official term is array, bunch of stuff basically. Inside of normal brackets you will with comma and separator you will state those individual things inside of quotes, okay, double quotes. You can use single quotes too, but I don't know, I just use double quotes all the time. It depends what you're basically doing, but yeah, this will also work. Save and refresh, and there you go. So very simple stuff. If you wanna, just imagine that you have like 5,000 things here that you are grabbing from some kind of textual file. So if you know the indexes that you want to grab, then you can extract those things right here with indexes. So you will just put those positions here. You can create functions that will grab random stuff, that will grab every third position, and so on and so on. But pretty much self-explanatory. Tutorial, right, there you go. Nothing fancy here, nothing important. You will just use name of that group, name of that array, and then in this box kind of brackets, position of those elements. Very simple stuff to understand as always. Thank you for watching, for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube! In this tutorial we will learn how to create totally empty array and then how to populate it with new stuff, with new elements using positions. Right, so var temp, that will be name of our blank array. We are creating new array with no elements, and now if we wanna print anything which is here, if we don't have it, let me see what we are going to get here. So document dot write everything in a temp, and there is nothing there. Result will be pretty much nothing. Right, so how to add things here? Well, we will use indexes, positions, and for example at position 0 we are going to add prologue. Okay, and result is prologue, nothing special. Okay, let's proceed with position number 1. We gonna add here Lisp, something fancy, and also we will add at position 2 we'll put here C++, right? And there you go. So here's the question, can we skip kind of these steps from, for example, 2 to 50, and at the place 50 we want to put something? Well, let's see what's up. Temp, at position 50 we are going to add Perl. So now what's gonna happen? Well, surprise. See these things? Well, all these things between commas, they are undefined. That basically means that there is no value there. Okay, no value at those places between commas. So can we change that right now? Can we, for example, add something in between? Are we somehow blocked to doing that? Well, no. You can just use position 35 and you can say, what else we have? Java. And now Java will be at position 35, somewhere here. There you go. Okay, so here's a question. Can we have some operation and we will always work at position 0? Can we do that? Now what will be result? Well, result will be Java. Why? Because all these things in the last operations, they will be processed. Everything will be done fine, step by step by step, but you will not see end result for those steps. The only step that is important is the last step. So no matter how many processing here you have with one index, the last thing that will be used is the last thing inserted. So it's like last in, first out, something like that. So if you say temp and 0, you'll get totally same stuff. If you want to print, for example, temp 5, well, you will get undefined kind of problem because you have not assigned anything, any kind of value to that position. So yeah, that's pretty much easy thing to understand. Nothing really special here. So anyway, you have learned yet another thing about processing based on indexes. As always, thank you for watching and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. In this tutorial, objective will be to learn how to concatenate already existing arrays, groups of elements, into new array. So we need to have at least 2 arrays, already existing ones. So old PL stands for old programming languages, new array, and let's populate it with COBOL and Fortran, and what else we have here? Algol. I think that's cool. So var new programming languages, that will be new array with something fancy like Rust and Python and Go, right? So here is situation. If you want to create new stuff, new array, and immediately concatenate these things into that new array, you will proceed like this. Var all, for example, programming languages equals, and now here's the thing. You need to state first array, like base. So old PL, and then dot, and then we are going to call method or function dedicated for concatenation. In JavaScript case, that is concat. Okay, so that's covered in JavaScript stone. That's the part of programming language. And in some other programming languages, you have different terms, different names, but it is important to note that in all modern languages, you can do this really easy. Right, so where I was. Okay, so this is the base, old programming languages, and we will on top of that add new programming languages. So new PL, and that's pretty much it. So let's print everything from this new creation. So we're like architect of universe, like in Matrix movie. Right, so sorry, document dot write everything in all PL, and that's pretty much it. So now here we will have all these things in specific order. See, COBOL, Fortran and Algol, that's from first one. So the order of positions is respected, and then after that in a respected order we have Rust, Python and Go. So nothing changed there. well, at least index wise. So that basically means that we can use stable indexes, like at position 0 we will have cobble, and at position 5 we will have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We will have go. So let me save this, and there you go. So can we couple of time run this? Will something change? Like will that thing change position wise? Is there any randomness here? Like every time when you run this script, this page, will something be different? Well, pretty much no. You will always get the cobble as a programming language at the 0 position. Right, so that's maybe something you need to know. Right, so that's pretty much it. As always, thank you for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to concatenate all these elements here in specific array in one big sentence. So we will grab all of them and we will concatenate them. Right, so let's experiment with all programming languages here. So this is what we need to do. Var, a new string, you can use whatever name you like here, and we need to say on what target, which target we are operating on. So old programming languages, and the command you need to use right now is join and normal brackets. After that, pretty much nothing after semicolon. So of course we need to print our new string now. Document, write new string, and that's pretty much it. Save and refresh, and there you go. So C must be uppercase to respect some rules. Right, nice. So some people will say, well, what about that comma here? How we are going to weight that? Well, how to turn this comma into space, which is normal operation when you're constructing some kind of sentences? Well, the thing is that right here, now we must use space, for example, inside of single or double quotes, because we need that character. Space is just a character. Yes, you don't see it basically. It is not significant for most of the people, that's how people think about it, but still it do have representation inside of PC. So if you don't put anything here, just double quotes concatenated, then also these things will be concatenated. But the moment when you use one space here, you'll have desired result. If you use couple of spaces, the result will be pretty much normal space. So all these spaces will be treated as one space. Well, what will happen if you use tab here, for example? Then what? Then the result will be again space. Right. So can you use something else here? Can you use like numbers as concatenation between those individual characters? Yeah, sure. Maybe you want to do something like that. It will look cryptic maybe for some of your needs. It depends what you're doing. You can use lines here, whatever you like, pretty much. All right. So another thing is, well, is there a way to remove last elements with every pass of operation? For example, you just want to remove algol or anything else that is at the end of this array. Well, how to do that? Well, let me delete this. So this is what you need to do. You need to use pop function or method, whatever, on target, which is in this case old PL, and then dot and then pop. Pop means remove anything that is at the end of this string, array. So this is operation, and nothing will be printed because we didn't, well, print anything. So document, write old programming languages, and there you go, you have just Cobol and Fortran. If you want to remove Fortran, then let's just call another pop operation, and there you go, we just have Cobol, and correspondingly, if you have 3 elements, you will with 3 operations of popping pretty much remove everything. Very simple stuff to understand. So yeah, that's pretty much in this tutorial. Nothing fancy, nothing scary. Just remember that you can join these things, these individual elements with joint operation, where you can state custom concatenation elements like space, which is a common thing. And if you want to remove stuff from here, you're gonna use .pop and no any kind of parameters here. So pop doesn't need parameters. It will just do one thing and it will do it very well. Right. So that's about it. Thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. Objective in this tutorial will be to learn how to totally reverse order of elements here. So algol will be sent to place of cobol and cobol will be sent to place of algol. And another thing will be, let me type that. Another thing will be to put multiple new things in our already existing array with the function push. And after that we will do sorting by alphabet, if you need that kind of order. Right, so first let's do reversing. So document.write, target is old PL, and then you will use dot and function reverse. Don't forget normal brackets. So result here will be algol, fortran and cobol. Question: can we put result of this operation in a new array? Well, sure. So var new stuff or reversed stuff, whatever. You will say old PL dot reverse, and now you can use it directly down there. You just need to say new stuff or reversed stuff. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Same result, so let me test that multiple times. Algol, fortran, cobol, blah blah blah, that works. So let me have this here as a reference. Now let's add new stuff to our old PL array. How? Well, what is the target? Old PL, and then after that we will say push. So this is a function, and we need to pass those things that we want to add to old programming languages. Let me think. Basic, and what is assembler, and what else is fancy? Similar. And that's pretty much it. So here we will have situation before insertion, and down there we will have situation after insertion, after party, and here we need to say before. Okay, and also we must have a little bit of HTML here, break, right, to have some kind of order in the results. So cobol, fortran and algol, this is from beginning of time, and after that, after our changes, we have all these fancy things right here. So here's the question: how to sort these things? Well, we need to say, let me do that right here. We need to say old programming languages, and there is a bunch of them right here at the moment after operation of insertion. Okay, so there is how much? 6 of them? I don't know, 5 of them, who cares? So old programming languages sort. So the moment when you do this, you will have all these things here sorted by alphabet. So you will first see assembler, then basic, or algol, then basic, I don't know, who cares. So save and refresh, and I don't see the results because I didn't print those things. Right, so after sorting, and that basically means that here we also need to have HTML break, and there you go, algol, assembler, yeah, Algol assembler, basic, COBOL, Fortran, yeah, alphabet order, not order, right. I don't know how to talk these days. Anyway, so it is important to note, just remember that you have these functions at your disposal. Reverse, if you want to reverse everything, dot push, if you want to have multiple things add to your already existing kind of, well, not database but array, list, group, whatever. And if you want to sort things based on alphabet, you just use sort without any kind of parameters. And reverse also doesn't need any kind of parameter. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. Don't forget normal brackets, don't forget semicolon at the end of operation, and you will pretty much be fine. So yeah, this looks a little bit confusing, so you can just simplify your life by using all these things individually on the screen. Right, there is a lot of document rights here. So anyway, thank you for watching, and as always, see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, welcome to tutorial where we will create very simple JavaScript form. It is a very simple thing to do. Well, we are not talking about HTML form and PHP processing. This is just pure JavaScript stuff. So var, and we must have a place where we are going to put that thing that we have grabbed from user. So name for it, for that box, will be like grab stuff. I don't know, who cares. And the thing is, we must type here prompt. So this is thing built inside of JavaScript, inside of your browser, and it will provide you to grab only one thing and put it here. Okay, so we must have some kind of question to user or advice what needs to be entered. So your name, and also we can have additional information after comma. Let's leave it just empty for now. So let me see, will that work? There you go, your name, blah blah blah, and so on. But we don't have any kind of processing here, so let's do that. Document, write that stuff that we have grabbed, and let's add here break, and let me see, your name, Michael. Okay, there you go. So yeah, default question, like it's not question, it's like additional explanation here. So please your real name, or you will not get access to system or something, who cares. And refresh, Samantha. Okay, that works. There you go. So that's kind of very easy thing to understand. So let me see what else can we do. Let's create for loop to print 10 times something that is passed via form. So let me see. For starting point x will be 0, ending point will be 5, so 5 times we will grab things, and we will print things that we have grabbed, and how to get from one step to another, we will increment by 1, and down there we will just copy paste this line. So I need to delete it from here. Let me see. Okay, that's cool. I think that everything is fine. Please your real name, John. Okay, so that works for 5 times. Now what else can we do? Well, let's create function to do some kind of calculation, like you want to multiply any kind of number from here with p. So let's do that with 3.14. So function multi by p, and we will use x as x abstract thing. So this is like a general structure, and when we are dealing with the general operations, when we are outlining things using x, y, z, something abstract is totally fine. And then later, when you are using your actual function down there, then whatever you pass here must have the same name as this stuff from here, for example. So where I was, document write, result, our custom kind of report, and we will get there when we multiply x by 3.14. So let's actually, because this is mathematical operation, let's put it into normal brackets and let's end our command. So now this is not enough. It is not enough to have function, we need to use it. Multi by pi, by p, whatever the name is in English. And now we must use this stuff, because this represents all possible scenarios. You can use this function grabbing things from textual file, hard-coded things from here or from here, or from some kind of database, from some kind of table, directly through user input or something. So where you will get those things is really not important. In this case we are just using prompts, okay, JavaScript forms. So where I was, multi by pi, and we are using grab stuff name, so let's put it down there, and I think that will be cool for now. So we are not dealing with names, we are dealing with numbers. So enter number, please no letters. Okay, and there you go, please no letters, 5 will be number, and there you go, result. Very cool stuff to do. So why is this important, and how it is useful when you want to create some kind of money on internet? You know, all these calculations that you find on internet, they can be used, they can be done using JavaScript. And all those calculators, like what is the term in English, switching between currency converters, like when you are transferring, for example, from metric system to inch system, and something like that. So you don't need the PHP to do that. You can do that with JavaScript if you like JavaScript more. But I'm gonna be honest, I do like PHP more, I do like backend stuff more, and especially I really love working with Python. So yeah, I'm like a backend kind of fella. Anyway, well, sometimes you need to do front end, and sometimes, man, that can be way too harder, because interfaces these days, they must look beautiful no matter how many buggy lines in the background you have. Probably, I don't know, it depends what you're doing. So yep, that's pretty much it. Thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Well, hello YouTube! Let's learn how to generate random numbers in JavaScript. For example, you are creating some kind of simple game and you want some object to go into random places or something like that, or that object will attack you, so you will position your forces randomly at specific time on a board or something like that. I don't know, random numbers. There you go. So to do that, we're gonna use math.random function. So this is part of JavaScript. You don't need to import anything from outside, like some kind of module or library like you can do in C++ or Python. So this is pure web stuff, okay? It's already built in your browser, it will work, right? So that's what we are going to use. And for example, if you want to print one number, you will say document.write and math.random, and because this is a function, don't forget normal brackets, and let's see what's up. There you go. So we have really big random number. I mean, it's not big, it's combined of a lot of smaller particles. Anyway, look, it's not important. So maybe you don't like this. You will say, I need whole number. So how to do that? Well, the easiest thing is to multiply that with a 10. And then result will be, well, see, we have a number which is less than 10, but still we have that decimal problem. And we want to use whole numbers. So to do that, we will use another function from math, and that will be round. Okay, so to do that, before this operation, we must use that operation. So let's call it math.round, and now result of this operation we will put kinda here. Okay, so that means that we need to use one more pair of brackets. So save and refresh, and there you go. So every time when you refresh your page, you will get a different whole number. How to get bigger number? Well, just multiply that with 100 and so on and so on. It depends what you're doing, what you need. Okay, but let's say that we are going to work with whole numbers up till 10. Okay, so maybe some people are confused. Let's split this into two operations. For example, var number, we will get it with when we use math.random, and we will multiply that with 10. So basically we are copy pasting from here for simplicity reasons. And let's enclose this in the brackets because it's mathematical. I don't know, it's easier for me to think like in this way, when you enclose separated things inside of their space, basically. I don't know, maybe I'm weird, who cares. So after that, let's just print that thing to see if everything is fine. So document, alright, that number, let's call it a random number. Random number. It's easier to understand for beginners. And there you go. So another thing is, let's grab this thing and let's put it into another thing, whole number. And we will get it when we use math.round on what? On this random number. So this will be the source of our operation. So random number, and so down there we can print our whole number. Oops. Whole num. Save, refresh, and the thing work. Sorry. So let's see what else we can do. Well, let's create for loop in such a way that will yield us 5 random numbers for some reason. I don't know what's the reason, but we just want to practice. So let me see what we can do. For x in oh sorry, this is a Python way of doing things. I really like Python. So starting point 0, ending point 5. How to get from one place to another, from one x to another. X equals x plus 1. So these are our steps, our algorithm for steps. And here document dot write, and let me see what we can pass here. Well, let's just delete this and use the normal long approach. So math dot random number, and we will multiply that number with a 10, and then we will enclose that into math dot round, and after that we will have break HTML stuff, And yep, I think we're cool. Document right. So let me check. We have one function activated, multiplying by that to get a whole number. I mean to get the number between 0 and 10, and then we are rounding that to some lower value. Right. So there you go. This thing works. You can use it many times if you like. You can put this into, I don't know, body section with some kind of function, or when you click on a specific button. Sure, you can do this. You can practice a little bit. Cool stuff, bro. So what else we can do? Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. Or what is gonna happen if you don't multiply that with a 10? Ones and zeros. Oh yeah, because I'm using rounding. So that's the reason. And now we will have bunch of stuff here. Why I don't have that? Mat random. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, there you go. Fancy stuff. 8 minutes tutorial, longer than I thought. Anyway, so thank you for watching as always, and thank you for support. See ya in next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to grab dimensions of end user like browser, like window dimensions. So why is that important? Well, let's say that when end user arrives to your website, to your web page, if those dimensions, like when you multiply them, you will get specific surface. For example, if that surface is bigger or smaller than specific number, then you can fire specific alerts to end user, login forms, banners, advertising, sign up forms, and such a thing. So you can do many things. You can run specific functions, custom code, and so on. So yeah, let's see how to grab those dimensions. So first we need to have place for width. So how to grab that? Well, you need to use window dot, and this window is how to explain this? The thing from where you will grab all those individual characteristics of window. In this case, we just want to grab dimensions. So after that, we need to type inner width. Okay, so that's for width, and another thing will be height or height, whatever the term is in English. Sorry, not windows but window. Same thing here. Window dot inner height, whatever. Correct me on that one down there in comment section. Right, so now we have those things. Let's print them. Document right width, and same stuff for another dimension. And yep, that's pretty much it. There you go. So of course this is concatenated, which is kind of stupid, so let's fix that using, well, h1, who cares. And we'll concatenate that with what I have here. Well, for some reason, let me see, break, and oh yeah, that need to be string, right? So h1 plus width plus h1, and I think this will work. So same thing down there, h1, oops, this needs to go here and here, plus h1, closing one, save, and there you go. So these are dimension of my window right now. So let's check that with resizing. So height must be same, and there you go. So let me check that. So as I said, you can use this approach probably in a unloading of page to send something to user, or if end users want to check actual dimensions, you can have on your website button, so when they press that button, they can see their dimensions, I mean dimensions of their window. And this is also very useful, for example, if you want to send your user based on dimensions to other website or other page for some reason, or when you are detecting something, you can redirect to a responsive part of the website. For example, if these things are like for mobile phones, when you detect that, then you can send user to I don't know where. You probably know what you're doing. Anyway, so that's pretty much it. Thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to redirect our users to internal page or external website. Who cares? So before doing that, I want to tell you about generic stuff you can get about your page, like metadata, let's say, path name, actual link and protocol you're using. So that will be just a breeze. So check this out. Document.write, and we're gonna use window again here, like in the last tutorial. But from it we're gonna grab location option, location of our file, and we demand here path name. So basically, what is the name of our file and where that file resides in our web server, like real location, local location. And let's concatenate that with br, because we want to also grab another things, which will be, okay, here href. So this is full path, okay, full path on our web server, including well, domain or IP address, and including protocol. Well, down there, let's grab that protocol, which can be HTTP or HTTPS. Right, so let me run this, and I will save this page as test.html in our web server, of course, root of it. Save and slash and test, and there you go. So see, we have with path name we will get file name, and where is it in our web server? See this slash, that's for my easy PHP dev server. In your case it can be something else if you're using subdirectories in your web server configuration, but in my case that's really easy things to see. So href is a full path basically. We have protocol, IP address or domain, and we have also name of our file. And protocol here will just give you HTTP in this case, because I don't have any kind of security here. Right, so that's something you wanna know probably. Let's go and save this as again index.php, sorry, index.html, and let me refresh that. And there you go. Right, so let's go with redirection. Function, we're gonna use function to do that. Function name will be redirect, and operation will be window, location, and assign. So that's basically target definition, internal page or external web location. So let's say we're gonna go to Google with the protocol Google, and that's pretty much it. So of course nothing's gonna happen here because I didn't call this function. So you can call it down there, or you can call it in a body here with onload option, and I think that we did that in a couple of last tutorials, I think, yeah. So anyway, let's use this option here, like we're gonna directly call it in our JavaScript, well, script. Redirect without any kind of parameters, we don't need it for now. And refresh. And why this thing doesn't work? Let me see. Redirect. Oh yeah, window and not Windows. Sorry about that. Beginner's error. And there you go, everything works. So Yeah, and again same result. So what is funny here, let me see. Oh yeah, we can do button, so when we press on it we will go to specific web page. Let's do that. We will use same function. So button in let's create it. Oops. Input type will be, oh, this need to be like pure HTML stuff. Let me see. Input type equals button, and value like the thing that will be on a button, like information. So to Google we go, and on click equals, and we are going to call that specific function up here, from here, redirect, and semicolon to finish our command. And let me see. Right, that's pretty much it. Right, so when I click here I will go to Google, hopefully. Right, so that works. You can use this in so many ways, but I think that's pretty much self-explanatory. I'm definitely sure that up till now you know how to create functions, what is parameter, what is not, do you need to have it, and how to grab any kind of JavaScript option here and how to use it. So let's actually, yeah, change this to something abstract, like x here, and here that will be x, and down there we are going to prompt. Yeah, we will ask user where user wants to go. So target, oops, that need to be JavaScript. So target equals prompt, and where to go, and additional information will be target or something, or website name, something like that, who cares. And now down there we will say redirect to target. So now when I run this step, hopefully I will pop up, oops, index.html, where is it? Right, so we have our request. What is location? Yahoo. And when I click on OK, not found. Why is that thing not found? Let me see. Well, probably I need to say here HTTPS and then plus that thing. So refresh. Right, so Yahoo, and come on, man. Yeah, there you go. So I don't want to get into politics here. I really don't have a time to do this. Anyway, so what we have done here, we are using prompts from a couple of tutorials before. We are passing this variable here as a target to our function, so our function can initiate basically that redirection. So anyway, very simple stuff. Well, at least I think that is simple stuff for you right now, because this is almost 40 tutorials. So thank you for watching as always, and see you next one. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we're gonna learn how to grab data about end user devices, basically about browser especially. And the thing is extremely simple. It's so simple that it's almost security scary. So let's type that. Document, right, and we're gonna grab navigator here. Using a navigator, well, that means that you wanna grab as much details about your end user as you can. So the first thing is, what is the generic name of their browsers? So to do that, we're gonna type up code name, and this thing is totally generic, so it is not important because I'm using here Chrome. Still I will get Mozilla as a result, and that's, as I said, totally generic. Right, but over time we will learn how to be more accurate. So let's grab product here. So basically that's engine of our browser, and that will be pretty much accurate. Gecko. Okay, after that let's grab version of browser. So up version, and result will be, well, that's a lot of information. So JavaScript is extremely nice language when you want to grab these kind of stuff, and of course you can do that with PHP, but knowing that you can get this stuff in a one line is really scary, because these things can be used looking from perspective of bad guys in so many ways. So anyway, the next thing is, let's grab full data about user agent, about browser, and to do that we're gonna say navigator dot user agent, and check this out, a lot of stuff here we see. So basically I'm using Windows machine 10 64-bit version, and Gecko and Chrome, so that's very accurate. It's almost scary. So if you want to extract for some statistical purposes or something, platform or just OS that your user is using, well, then you need to say platform, and the result will be Windows 32, which is pretty much accurate, but it is important to know that here we are dealing with Windows. Okay, so after that you can structure your further requests correspondingly. So language, what is the default language? Language, refresh, English United States, and is everything fine with the connection? Well, how to do that, how to grab that stuff? Do we have actually connection or not? So either true or false. You will say online, and that will give you two possible options. So true, that means that everything is fine with actual connection. So now when we have these fancy scary stuff, let's for example send some message to user like alert, something scary. I know what you did last summer, and we will concatenate that with navigator and user agent. Man, this is awesome. So I don't want to confuse me with all these options. So when end user visit your page, your website, whatever, or even your intranet, the message they will be presented with is this, and this is very scary. Well, at least if you are a complete beginner. So let's say you have a new colleague in your company, he or she, they don't know too much about IT or programming or security, and when you first time send them this kind of page, they can say, oh my god, in what kind of company I ended up. And there is so many other scenarios, I don't want to even get into that. So that's pretty much it, how you can grab end user data, and this is just the surface. So I don't want to go to more than 40 tutorials about JavaScript in this first playlist. There will be probably other tutorials, not just about JavaScript, but also about many other programming languages. And also I'm gonna do comparison between languages and how you can call one language with another and reverse and so on. So how to use one language to provide some kind of report and then use that report as an input for another language. But anyway, guys, I think that we did a really good job in the last couple of weeks. 40 tutorials is pretty much a lot to digest, and I think that right now you have really good base to go on your own in exploration about JavaScript. So I definitely need to have a couple of days off. I need to eat something, drink something, and sleep a little bit. And as always, thanks for watching, guys. See you in one of the next playlists. And I think that I'm gonna start with the C++ after I took a couple of days off. Right. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being with me all this time. Thank you for support and subscription. And see ya probably tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I don't know. Thank you for watching. See ya in next playlist.